Chapter 50 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alexandra Huckabee. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 50. Mrs. Dale is Thankful for a Good Thing. On that day they dined early at the Small House, as they had been in the habit of doing since the packing had commenced, and after dinner Mrs. Dale went through the gardens up to the other house with a written note in her hand. In that note she had told Lady Julia, with many protestations of gratitude, that Lily was unable to go out so soon after her illness, and that she herself was obliged to stay with Lily. She explained also that the business of moving was in hand, and that, therefore, she could not herself accept the invitation. But her other daughter, she said, would be very happy to accompany her uncle to Guestwick Manor. Then, without closing her letter, she took it up to the squire in order that it might be decided whether it would or would not suit his views. It might be well that he would not care to go to Lord De Guest's with Bell alone. "Leave it with me," he said. "That is, if you do not object." "Oh dear, no." "I'll tell you the plain truth at once, Mary. I shall go over myself with it, and see the Earl. Then I will decline it or not, according to what passes between me and him. I wish Lily would have gone." "Ah, she could not." "I wish she could. I wish she could. I wish she could." As he repeated the words over and over again, there was an eagerness in his voice that filled Mrs. Dale's heart with tenderness towards him. "The truth is," said Mrs. Dale, "she could not go there to meet John Eames." "Oh, I know," said the squire. "I understand it. But that is just what we want her to do. Why should she not spend a week in the same house with an honest young man whom we all like?" "There are reasons why she would not wish it." "Ah, exactly. The very reasons which should make us induce her to go there if we can. Perhaps I had better tell you all. Lord De Guest has taken him by the hand, and wishes him to marry. He has promised to settle on him an income which will make him comfortable for life." "That is very generous, and I am delighted to hear it, for John's sake." "And they have promoted him at his office." "Ah, then he will do well." "He will do very well. He is private secretary now to their head man. And, Mary, so that she, Lily, should not be empty-handed if this marriage can be arranged, I have undertaken to settle 100 a year on her and her children, if she will accept him. Now you know it all. I did not mean to tell you, but it is as well that you should have the means of judging. That other man was a villain. This man is honest. Would it not be well that she should learn to like him? She always did like him, I thought, before that other fellow came down here among us." "She has always liked him, as a friend." "She will never get a better lover." Mrs. Dale sat silent, thinking over it all. Every word that the squire said was true. It would be a healing of wounds most desirable and salutary, an arrangement advantageous to them all, a destiny for Lily most devoutly to be desired, if only it were possible. Mrs. Dale firmly believed that if her daughter could be made to accept John Eames as her second lover in a year or two, all would be well. Crosbie would then be forgotten or thought of without regret, and Lily would become the mistress of a happy home. But there are positions which cannot be reached, though there be no physical or material objection in the way. It is the view which the mind takes of a thing which creates the sorrow that arises from it. If the heart were always malleable and the feelings could be controlled, who would permit himself to be tormented by any of the reverses which affection meets? Death would create no sorrow, ingratitude would lose its sting, and the betrayal of love would do no injury beyond that which it might entail upon worldly circumstances. But the heart is not malleable, nor will the feelings admit of such control. "It is not possible for her," said Mrs. Dale, I fear it is not possible. It is too soon. 6 months, pleaded the squire. It will take years, not months, said Mrs. Dale. And she will lose all her youth. Yes, he has done that by his treachery. But it is done, and we cannot now go back. She loves him yet as dearly as she ever loved him. Then the squire muttered certain words below his breath, ejaculations against Crosbie, which were hardly voluntary, but even as involuntary ejaculations were very improper. Mrs. Dale heard them and was not offended, either by their impropriety or their warmth. But you can understand, she said, that she cannot bring herself to go there. The squire struck the table with his fist, and repeated his ejaculations. If he could only have known how very disagreeable Lady Alexandrina was making herself, his spirit might, perhaps, have been less vehemently disturbed. If, also, he could have perceived and understood the light in which an alliance with the De Courcy family was now regarded by Crosbie, I think that he would have received some consolation from that consideration. Those who offend us are generally punished for the offence they give, but we so frequently miss the satisfaction of knowing that we are avenged. It is arranged, apparently, that the injurer shall be punished, but that the person injured shall not gratify his desire for vengeance. "And will you go to Guestwick yourself?" asked Mrs. Dale. "I will take the note," said the squire, "and will let you know to-morrow. The earl has behaved so kindly that every possible consideration is due to him. I had better tell him the whole truth, and go or stay, as he may wish. I don't see the good of going. What am I to do at Guestwick Manor? I did think that if we had all been there it might have cured some difficulties." Mrs. Dale got up to leave him, but she could not go without saying some word of gratitude for all that he had attempted to do for them. She well knew what he meant by the curing of difficulties. He had intended to signify that had they lived together for a week at Guestwick, the idea of flitting from Allington might possibly have been abandoned. It seemed now to Mrs. Dale as though her brother-in-law were heaping coals of fire on her head in return for that intention. She felt half ashamed of what she was doing, almost acknowledging to herself that she should have borne with his sternness in return for the benefits he had done to her daughters. Had she not feared their reproaches, she would, even now, have given way. "I do not know what I ought to say to you for your kindness." "Say nothing, either for my kindness or unkindness, but stay where you are, and let us all live like Christians together, striving to think good and not evil." These were kind, loving words, showing in themselves a spirit of love and forbearance, but they were spoken in a harsh, unsympathizing voice, and the speaker, as he uttered them, looked gloomily at the fire. In truth, the squire, as he spoke, was half ashamed of the warmth of what he said. "At any rate, I will not think evil," Mrs. Dale answered, giving him her hand. After that she left him, and returned home. It was too late for her to abandon her project of moving and remain at the small house, but as she went across the garden she almost confessed to herself that she repented of what she was doing. In these days of the cold early spring, the way from the lawn into the house, through the drawing-room window, was not as yet open, and it was necessary to go round by the kitchen garden on to the road, and thence in by the front door, or else to pass through the back door, and into the house by the kitchen. This latter mode of entrance Mrs. Dale now adopted, and as she made her way into the hall, Lily came upon her, with very silent steps, out from the parlour, and arrested her progress. There was a smile upon Lily's face as she lifted up her finger as if in caution, and no one looking at her would have supposed that she was herself in trouble. "Mamma," she said, pointing to the drawing-room door, and speaking almost in a whisper, "you must not go in there. Come into the parlour." "Who's there? Where's Bell?" And Mrs. Dale went into the parlour as she was bidden. "But who is there?" she repeated. "He's there." "Who is he?" "Oh, mamma, don't be a goose. Dr. Crofts is there, of course. He's been nearly an hour. I wonder how he is managing, for there is nothing on earth to sit upon but the old lump of a carpet. The room is strewed about with crockery, and Bell is such a figure. She has got on your old checked apron, and when he came in she was rolling up the fire irons in brown paper. I don't suppose she was ever in such a mess before. There's one thing certain, he can't kiss her hand." "It's you are the goose, Lily." "But he's in there certainly, unless he has gone out through the window or up the chimney." "What made you leave them?" "He met me here in the passage, and spoke to me ever so seriously. 'Come in,' I said, 'and see Bell packing the pokers and tongs.' 'I will go in,' he said, 'but don't come with me.' He was ever so serious, and I'm sure he had been thinking of it all the way along." "And why should he not be serious?" "Oh, no; of course he ought to be serious. But are you not glad, mamma? I am so glad. We shall live alone together, you and I, but she will be so close to us. My belief is that he'll stay there for ever, unless somebody does something. I have been so tired of waiting and looking out for you. Perhaps he's helping her to pack the things. Don't you think we might go in, or would it be ill-natured?" "Lily, don't be in too great a hurry to say anything. You may be mistaken, you know, and there's many a slip between the cup and the lip." "Yes, mamma, there is," said Lily, putting her hand inside her mother's arm. "That's true enough." "Oh, my darling, forgive me," said the mother, suddenly remembering that the use of the old proverb at the present moment had been almost cruel. "Do not mind it," said Lily. "It does not hurt me. It does me good. That is to say, when there is nobody by except yourself. But, with God's help, there shall be no slip here, and she shall be happy. It is all the difference between one thing done in a hurry, and another thing done with much thinking. But they'll remain there for ever if we don't go in. Come, mamma, you open the door." Then Mrs. Dale did open the door, giving some little premonitory notice with the handle, so that the couple inside might be warned of approaching footsteps. Crofts had not escaped, either through the window or up the chimney, but was seated in the middle of the room on an empty box, just opposite to Bell, who was seated upon the lump of carpeting. Bell still wore the checked apron as described by her sister. What might have been the state of her hands I will not pretend to say, but I do not believe that her lover had found anything amiss with them. "How do you do, doctor?" said Mrs. Dale, striving to use her accustomed voice, and to look as though there were nothing of special importance in his visit. "I have just come down from the great house." "Mamma," said Bell, jumping up, "you must not call him doctor any more." "Must I not? Has any one undoctored him?" "Oh, mamma, you understand," said Bell. "I understand," said Lily, going up to the doctor and giving him her cheek to kiss. "He is to be my brother, and I mean to claim him as such from this moment. I expect him to do everything for us, and not to call a moment of his time his own." "Mrs. Dale," said the doctor, "Bell has consented that it shall be so, if you will consent." "There is but little doubt of that," said Mrs. Dale. "We shall not be rich," began the doctor. "I hate to be rich," said Bell. "I hate even to talk about it. I don't think it quite manly even to think about it, and I'm sure it isn't womanly." "Bell was always a fanatic in praise of poverty," said Mrs. Dale. "No, I'm no fanatic. I'm very fond of money earned. I would like to earn some myself if I knew how." "Let her go out and visit the lady patients," said Lily. "They do in America." Then they all went into the parlour and sat round the fire talking as though they were already one family. The proceeding, considering the nature of it, that a young lady, acknowledged to be of great beauty and known to be of good birth, had on the occasion been asked and given in marriage, was carried on after a somewhat humdrum fashion, and in a manner that must be called commonplace. How different had it been when Crosbie had made his offer! Lily for the time had been raised to a pinnacle which might be dangerous, but which was, at any rate, lofty. With what a pretty speech had Crosbie been greeted! How it had been felt by all concerned that the fortunes of the small house were in the ascendant! Felt, indeed, with some trepidation, but still with much inward triumph. How great had been the occasion, forcing Lily almost to lose herself in wonderment at what had occurred! There was no great occasion now, and no wonderment. No one, unless it was Crofts, felt very triumphant. But they were all very happy, and were sure that there was safety in their happiness. It was but the other day that one of them had been thrown rudely to the ground through the treachery of a lover, but yet none of them feared treachery from this lover. Bell was as sure of her lot in life as though she were already being taken home to her modest house in Guestwick. Mrs. Dale looked upon the man as her son, and the party of four as they sat round the fire grouped themselves as though they formed one family. But Bell was not seated next to her lover. Lily, when she had once accepted Crosbie, seemed to think that she would never be too near to him. She had been in no wise ashamed of her love, and had shown it constantly by some little caressing motion of her hand, leaning on his arm, looking into his face, as though she were continually desirous of some palpable assurance of his presence. It was not so at all with Bell. She was happy in loving and in being loved, but she required no overt testimonies of affection. I do not think it would have made her unhappy if some sudden need had required that Crofts should go to India and back before they were married. The thing was settled, and that was enough for her. But on the other hand, when he spoke of the expediency of an immediate marriage, she raised no difficulty. As her mother was about to go into a new residence, it might be as well that that residence should be fitted to the wants of 2 persons instead of 3. So they talked about chairs and tables, carpets and kitchens, in a most unromantic, homely, useful manner. A considerable portion of the furniture in the house they were now about to leave belonged to the squire, or to the house rather, as they were in the habit of saying. The older and more solid things, articles of household stuff that stand the wear of half a century, had been in the small house when they came to it. There was therefore a question of buying new furniture for a house in Guestwick, a question not devoid of importance by the possessor of so moderate an income as that owned by Mrs. Dale. In the first month or 2 they were to live in lodgings, and their goods were to be stored in some friendly warehouse. Under such circumstances, would it not be well that Bell's marriage should be so arranged that the lodging question might not be in any degree complicated by her necessities? This was the last suggestion made by Dr. Crofts, induced no doubt by the great encouragement he had received. "That would be hardly possible," said Mrs. Dale. "It only wants 3 weeks, and with the house in such a condition." "James is joking," said Bell. "I was not joking at all," said the doctor. "Why not send for Mr. Boyce and carry her off at once on a pillion behind you?" said Lily. "It's just the sort of thing for primitive people to do, like you and Bell. All the same, Bell, I do wish you could have been married from this house." "I don't think it will make much difference," said Bell. "Only if you would have waited till summer we would have had such a nice party on the lawn. It sounds so ugly being married from lodgings, doesn't it, mamma?" "It doesn't sound at all ugly to me," said Bell. "I shall always call you Dame Commonplace when you're married," said Lily. Then they had tea, and after tea Dr. Crofts got on his horse and rode back to Guestwick. "Now may I talk about him?" said Lily, as soon as the door was closed behind his back. "No, you may not." "As if I hadn't known it all along. And wasn't it hard to bear that you should have scolded me with such pertinacious austerity, and that I wasn't to say a word in answer?" "I don't remember the austerity," said Mrs. Dale. "Nor yet Lily's silence," said Bell. "But it's all settled now," said Lily, "and I'm downright happy. I never felt more satisfaction. Never, Bell." "Nor did I," said her mother. "I may truly say that I thank God for this good thing." End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alexandra Huckabee. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 51. John Eames does things which he ought not to have done. John Eames succeeded in making his bargain with Sir Raffle Buffle. He accepted the private secretaryship on the plainly expressed condition that he was to have leave of absence for a fortnight towards the end of April. Having arranged this, he took an affectionate leave of Mr. Love, who was really much affected at parting with him, discussed valedictory pots of porter in the big room, over which many wishes were expressed that he might be enabled to compass the length and breadth of old Huffle's feet, uttered a last cutting joke at Mr. Kissing as he met that gentleman hurrying through the passages with an enormous ledger in his hands, and then took his place in the comfortable armchair which FitzHoward had been forced to relinquish. "Don't tell any of the fellows," said Fitz, "but I'm going to cut the concern altogether. My governor wouldn't let me stop here in any other place than that of private secretary." "Ah, your governor is a swell," said Eames. "I don't know about that," said FitzHoward. "Of course he has a good deal of family interest. My cousin is to come in for St. Bungay at the next election, and then I can do better than remain here." "That's a matter of course," said Eames. "If my cousin were member for St. Bungay, I'd never stand anything east of Whitehall." "And I don't mean," said FitzHoward. "This room, you know, is all very nice, but it is a bore coming into the city every day. And then one doesn't like to be rung for like a servant. Not that I mean to put you out of conceit with it." "It will do very well for me," said Eames. "I never was very particular." And so they parted, Eames assuming the beautiful armchair and the peril of being asked to carry Sir Raffle's shoes, while FitzHoward took the vacant desk in the big room till such time as some member of his family should come into Parliament for the borough of St. Bungay. But Eames, though he drank the porter, and quizzed FitzHoward, and jibed at Kissing, did not seat himself in his new armchair without some serious thoughts. He was aware that his career in London had not hitherto been one on which he could look back with self-respect. He had lived with friends whom he did not esteem. He had been idle, and sometimes worse than idle, and he had allowed himself to be hampered by the pretended love of a woman for whom he had never felt any true affection, and by whom he had been cozened out of various foolish promises which even yet were hanging over his head. As he sat with Sir Raffle's notes before him, he thought almost with horror of the men and women in Burton Crescent. It was now about 3 years since he had known Cradell, and he shuddered as he remembered how very poor a creature was he whom he had chosen for his bosom friend. He could not make for himself those excuses which we can make for him. He could not tell himself that he had been driven by circumstances to choose a friend, before he had learned to know what were the requisites for which he should look. He had lived on terms of closest intimacy with this man for 3 years, and now his eyes were opening themselves to the nature of his friend's character. Cradell was in age 3 years his senior. "I won't drop him," he said to himself, "but he is a poor creature." He thought too of the Lupexes, of Miss Spruce, and of Mrs. Roper, and tried to imagine what Lily Dale would do if she found herself among such people. It would be impossible that she should ever so find herself. He might as well ask her to drink at the bar of a gin shop as to sit down in Mrs. Roper's drawing-room. If destiny had in store for him such good fortune as that of calling Lily his own, it was necessary that he should altogether alter his mode of life. In truth, his hobbledehoyhood was dropping off from him, as its old skin drops from a snake. Much of the feeling and something of the knowledge of manhood was coming on him, and he was beginning to recognize to himself that the future manner of his life must be to him a matter of very serious concern. No such thought had come near him when he first established himself in London. It seems to me that in this respect the fathers and mothers of the present generation understand but little of the inward nature of the young men for whom they are so anxious. They give them credit for so much that it is impossible they should have, and then deny them credit for so much that they possess. They expect from them, when boys, the discretion of men, that discretion which comes from thinking, but will not give them credit for any of that power of thought which alone can ultimately produce good conduct. Young men are generally thoughtful, more thoughtful than their seniors, but the fruit of their thought is not as yet there. And then so little is done for the amusement of lads who are turned loose into London at 19 or 20. Can it be that any mother really expects her son to sit alone evening after evening in a dingy room, drinking bad tea and reading good books? And yet it seems that mothers do so expect, the very mothers who talk about the thoughtlessness of youth. O ye mothers who from year to year see your sons launched forth upon the perils of the world, and who are so careful with your good advice, with under-flannel shirting, with books of devotion and tooth-powder, does it never occur to you that provisions should be made for amusement, for dancing, for parties, for the excitement and comfort of women's society? That excitement your sons will have, and if it be not provided by you of one kind, will certainly be provided by themselves of another kind. If I were a mother sending lads out into the world, the matter most in my mind would be this: to what houses full of nicest girls could I get them admission, so that they might do their flirting in good company? Poor John Eames had been so placed that he had been driven to do his flirting in very bad company, and he was now fully aware that it had been so. It wanted but 2 days to his departure for Guestwick Manor, and as he sat breathing a while after the manufacture of a large batch of Sir Raffle's notes, he made up his mind that he would give Mrs. Roper notice before he started, that on his return to London he would be seen no more in Burton Crescent. He would break his bonds altogether asunder, and if there should be any penalty for such breaking he would pay it in what best manner he might be able. He acknowledged to himself that he had been behaving badly to Amelia, confessing, indeed, more sin in that respect than he had in truth committed. But this, at any rate, was clear to him, that he must put himself on a proper footing in that quarter before he could venture to speak to Lily Dale. As he came to a definite conclusion on this subject, the little handbell which always stood on Sir Raffle's table was sounded, and Eames was called into the presence of the great man. "Ah," said Sir Raffle, leaning back in his armchair and stretching himself after the great exertions which he had been making. "Ah, let me see. You are going out of town the day after to-morrow." "Yes, Sir Raffle, the day after to-morrow." "Ah, it is a great annoyance, a very great annoyance. But on such occasions I never think of myself. I never have done so, and don't suppose I ever shall. So you're going down to my old friend De Guest?" Eames was always angered when his new patron Sir Raffle talked of his old friendship with the Earl, and never gave the Commissioner any encouragement. "I am going down to Guestwick," said he. "Ah, yes, to Guestwick Manor. I don't remember that I was ever there. I dare say I may have been, but one forgets those things." "I never heard Lord De Guest speak of it." "Oh dear, no. Why should his memory be better than mine? Tell him, will you, how very glad I shall be to renew our old intimacy. I should think nothing of running down to him for a day or two in the dull time of the year, say in September or October. It's rather a coincidence our both being interested about you, isn't it?" "I'll be sure to tell him." "Mind you do. He's one of our most thoroughly independent noblemen, and I respect him very highly. Let me see, didn't I ring my bell? What was it I wanted? I think I rang my bell." "You did ring your bell." "Ah, yes, I know. I am going away, and I wanted would you tell Rafferty to bring me my boots?" Whereupon Johnny rang the bell, not the little hand-bell, but the other bell. "And I shan't be here to-morrow," continued Sir Raffle. "I'll thank you to send my letters up to the Square, and if they should send down from the Treasury, but the Chancellor would write, and in that case you'll send up his letter at once by special messenger, of course." "Here's Rafferty," said Eames, determined that he would not even sully his lips with speaking of Sir Raffle's boots. Yes, Rafferty, bring me my boots." "Anything else to say?" asked Eames. "No, nothing else. Of course you'll be careful to leave everything straight behind you." "Oh yes, I'll leave it all straight." Then Eames withdrew, so that he might not be present at the interview between Sir Raffle and his boots. "He'll not do," said Sir Raffle to himself. "He'll never do. He's not quick enough. Has no go in him. He's not man enough for the place. I wonder why the Earl has taken him by the hand in that way." Soon after the little episode of the boots, Eames left his office, and walked home alone to Burton Crescent. He felt that he had gained a victory in Sir Raffles's room, but the victory there had been easy. Now he had another battle on his hands, in which, as he believed, the achievement of victory would be much more difficult. Amelia Roper was a person much more to be feared than the Chief Commissioner. He had one strong arrow in his quiver on which he would depend, if there should come to him the necessity of giving his enemy a death wound. During the last week she had been making powerful love to Cradell, so as to justify the punishment of desertion from a former lover. He would not throw Cradell in her teeth if he could help it, but it was incumbent on him to gain a victory, and if the worst should come to the worst, he must use such weapons as destiny and the chance of war had given him. He found Mrs. Roper in the dining-room as he entered, and immediately began his work. "Mrs. Roper," he said, "I am going out of town the day after to-morrow." "Oh yes, Mr. Eames, we know that. You're going as a visitor to the noble mansion of the Earl de Guest." "I don't know about the mansion being very noble, but I'm going down into the country for a fortnight. When I come back—" "When you come back, Mr. Eames, I hope you'll find your room a deal more comfortable. I know it isn't quite what it should be for a gentleman like you, and I've been thinking for some time past. But, Mrs. Roper, I don't mean to come back here any more. It's just that I wanted to say to you." "Not come back to the Crescent?" "No, Mrs. Roper. A fellow must move sometimes, you know, and I'm sure I've been very constant to you for a long time." "But where are you going, Mr. Eames?" "Well, I haven't made up my mind as yet. That is, it will depend on what I may do, on what friends of mine may say down in the country. You'll not think I'm quarrelling with you, Mrs. Roper?" "It's them Lupexes have done it," said Mrs. Roper in her deep distress. "No, indeed, Mrs. Roper, nobody has done it." "Yes, it is, and I'm not going to blame you, Mr. Eames. They've made the house unfit for any decent young gentleman like you. I've been feeling that all along. But it's hard upon a lone woman like me, isn't it, Mr. Eames?" "But, Mrs. Roper, the Lupexes have had nothing to do with my going." "Oh yes, they have. I understand it all. But what could I do, Mr. Eames? I've been giving them warning every week for the last 6 months, but the more I give them warning, the more they won't go, unless I were to send for a policeman and have a row in the house. But I haven't complained of the Lupexes, Mrs. Roper." "You wouldn't be quitting without any reason, Mr. Eames. You're not going to be married in earnest, are you, Mr. Eames?" "Not that I know of." "You may tell me, you may indeed. I won't say a word, not to anybody. It hasn't been my fault about Amelia. It hasn't really." "Who says there's been any fault?" "I can see, Mr. Eames. Of course it didn't do for me to interfere. And if you had liked her, I will say I believe she'd have made as good a wife as any young man ever took, and she can make a few pounds go farther than most girls. You can understand a mother's feelings, and if there was to be anything, I couldn't spoil it, could I now?" "But there isn't to be anything." "So I've told her for months past. I'm not going to say anything to blame you, but young men ought to be very particular, indeed they ought." Johnny did not choose to hint to the disconsolate mother that it also behoved young women to be very particular, but he thought it. "I've wished many a time, Mr. Eames, that she had never come here, indeed I have. But what's a mother to do? I couldn't put her outside the door." Then Mrs. Roper raised her apron up to her eyes and began to sob. "I'm very sorry if I've made any mischief," said Johnny. "It hasn't been your fault," continued the poor woman, from whom, as her tears became uncontrollable, her true feelings forced themselves and the real outpouring of her feminine nature. "Nor it hasn't been my fault. But I knew what it would come to when I saw how she was going on, and I told her so. I knew you wouldn't put up with the likes of her." "Indeed, Mrs. Roper, I've always had a great regard for her, and for you too." "But you weren't going to marry her. I've told her so all along, and I've begged her not to do it. Almost on my knees I have, but she wouldn't be said by me. She never would. She's always been that wilful that I'd sooner have her away from me than with me. Though she's a good young woman in the house. She is indeed, Mr. Eames, and there isn't a pair of hands in it that work so hard. But it was no use my talking." "I don't think any harm has been done." "Yes, there has, great harm. It has made the place not respectable. It's the Lupexes is the worst. There's Miss Spruce, who has been with me for 9 years, ever since I've had the house. She's been telling me this morning that she means to go into the country. It's all the same thing. I understand it. I can see it. The house isn't respectable, as it should be, and your mamma, if she were to know all, would have a right to be angry with me. I did mean to be respectable, Mr. Eames. I did indeed. Miss Spruce will think better of it. You don't know what I've had to go through. There's none of them pays, not regular, only she and you. She's been like the Bank of England, has Miss Spruce. I'm afraid I've not been very regular, Mrs. Roper. Oh, yes, you have. I don't think of a pound or two more or less at the end of a quarter, if I'm sure to have it some day. The butcher, he understands one's lodgers just as well as I do. If the money's really coming, he'll wait, but he won't wait for such as them Lupexes, whose money's nowhere. And there's Cradell. Would you believe it? That fellow owes me £28. £28? Yes, Mr. Eames, £28. He's a fool. It's them Lupexes as have had his money. I know it. He don't talk of paying and going away. I shall be just left with him and the Lupexes on my hands, and then the bailiffs may come and sell every stick about the place. I won't say nay to them. Then she threw herself into the old horsehair armchair, and gave way to her womanly sorrow. I think I'll go upstairs and get ready for dinner, said Eames. And you must go away when you come back, said Mrs. Roper. Well, yes, I'm afraid I must. I mean you to have a month's warning from to-day. Of course I shall pay for the month. I don't want to take any advantage. Indeed I don't. But I do hope you'll leave your things. You can have them whenever you like. If Chumpin knows that you and Miss Spruce are both going, of course he'll be down upon me for his money. Chumpin was the butcher, but Eames made no answer to this piteous plea. Whether or no he could allow his old boots to remain in Burton Crescent for the next week or two must depend on the manner in which he might be received by Amelia Roper this evening. When he came down to the drawing-room, there was no one there but Miss Spruce. "A fine day, Miss Spruce," said he. "Yes, Mr. Eames, it is a fine day for London. But don't you think the country air is very nice?" "Give me the town," said Johnny, wishing to say a good word for poor Mrs. Roper, if it were possible. "You're a young man, Mr. Eames, but I'm only an old woman. That makes a difference," said Miss Spruce. "Not much," said Johnny, meaning to be civil. "You don't like to be done any more than I do." "I like to be respectable, Mr. Eames. I always have been respectable, Mr. Eames." This the old woman said almost in a whisper, looking anxiously to see that the door had not been opened to the other listening ears. "I'm sure Mrs. Roper is very respectable." "Yes, Mrs. Roper is respectable, Mr. Eames, but there are some here that—" "Shh!" And the old lady put her finger up to her lips. The door opened, and Mrs. Lupex swam into the room. "How do you do, Miss Spruce? I declare you're always first. It's to get a chance of having one of the young gentlemen to yourself, I believe. What's the news in the city to-day, Mr. Eames? In your position now, of course you hear all the news." "Sir Raffle Buffle has got a new pair of shoes. I don't know that for certain, but I guess it from the time he took him to put them on." "Ah, now you're quizzing. That's always the way with you gentlemen when you get a little up in the world. You don't think women are worth talking to then, unless just for a joke or so." "I'd a great deal sooner talk to you, Mrs. Lupex, than I would to Sir Raffle Buffle." "It's all very well for you to say that, but we women know what such compliments as those mean, don't we, Miss Spruce? A woman that's been married 5 years as I have, or I may say 6, doesn't expect much attention from young men. And though I was young when I married, young in years, that is, I'd seen too much and gone through too much to be young in heart." This she said almost in a whisper, but Miss Spruce heard it, and was confirmed in her belief that Burton Crescent was no longer respectable. "I don't know what you were then, Mrs. Lupex," said Eames, "but you're young enough now for anything." "Mr. Eames, I'd sell all that remains of my youth at a cheap rate, at a very cheap rate, if I could only be sure of—" "Sure of what, Mrs. Lupex?" "The undivided affection of the one person that I loved. That is all that is necessary to a woman's happiness." "And isn't Lupex—" Lupex! But hush! Never mind. I should not have allowed myself to be betrayed into an expression of feeling. Here's your friend, Mr. Cradell. Do you know, I sometimes wonder what you find in that man to be so fond of him." Miss Spruce saw it all, and heard it all, and positively resolved upon moving herself to those 2 small rooms at Dulwich. Hardly a word was exchanged between Amelia and Eames before dinner. Amelia still devoted herself to Cradell, and Johnny saw that with that arrow, if it should be needed, would be a strong weapon. Mrs. Roper they found seated at her place at the dining table, and Eames could perceive the traces of her tears. Poor woman! Few positions in life could be harder to bear than hers. To be ever tugging at others for money that they could not pay, to be ever tugged at for money which she could not pay, to desire respectability for its own sake, but to be driven to confess that it was a luxury beyond her means, to put up with disreputable belongings for the sake of lucre, and then not to get the lucre, but be driven to feel that she was ruined by the attempt. How many Mrs. Ropers there are who from year to year sink down and fall away, and no one knows whither they betake themselves. One fancies that one sees them from time to time at the corners of the streets, in battered bonnets and thin gowns, with the tattered remnants of old shawls upon their shoulders, still looking as though they had within them a faint remembrance of long-distant respectability. With anxious eyes they peer about, as though searching in the streets for other lodgers. Where do they get their daily morsels of bread, and their poor cups of thin tea? Their cups of thin tea, with perhaps a pennyworth of gin added to it, if Providence be good. Of this state of things Mrs. Roper had a lively appreciation, and now, poor woman, she feared that she was reaching it, by the aid of the Lupexes. On the present occasion she carved her joint of meat in silence, and sent out her slices to the good guests that would leave her, and to the bad guests that would remain, with apathetic impartiality. What was the use now of doing favour to one lodger or disfavour to another? Let them take their mutton, they who would pay for it and they who would not. She would not have the carving of many more joints in that house if Chump had acted up to all the threats which he had uttered to her that morning. The reader may perhaps remember the little back room behind the dining parlour. A description was given in some former pages of an interview which was held between Amelia and her lover. It was in that room that all the interviews of Mrs. Roper's establishment had their existence. A special room for interviews is necessary in all households of a mixed nature. If a man lives alone with his wife, he can have his interviews where he pleases. Sons and daughters, even when they are grown up, hardly create the necessity of an interview chamber, though some such need may be felt if the daughters are marriageable and independent in their natures. But when the family becomes more complicated than this, if an extra young man be introduced, or an aunt comes into residence, or grown-up children by a former wife interfere with the domestic simplicity, then such accommodation becomes quite indispensable. No woman would think of taking in lodgers without such a room, and this room there was at Mrs. Roper's, very small and dingy, but still sufficient, just behind the dining parlour and opposite to the kitchen stairs. Hither, after dinner, Amelia was summoned. She had just seated herself between Mrs. Lupex and Miss Spruce, ready to do battle with the former because she would stay, and with the latter because she would go, when she was called out by the servant girl. "Miss Mealyer! Miss Mealyer! Shh!" And Amelia, looking round, saw a large red hand beckoning to her. "He's down there," said Jemima, as soon as her young mistress had joined her, "and wants to see you most particular." "Which of 'em?" asked Amelia, in a whisper. "Why, Mr. Eames, to be sure. Don't you go and have anything to say to the other one, Miss Mealyer. Pray don't. He ain't no good. He ain't indeed." Amelia stood still for a moment on the landing, calculating whether it would be well for her to have the interview or well to decline it. Her objects were two, or rather her object was in its nature twofold. She was, naturally, anxious to drive John Eames to desperation, and anxious also by some slight added artifice to make sure of Cradell if Eames's desperation did not have a very speedy effect. She agreed with Jemima's criticism in the main, but she did not go quite so far as to think that Cradell was no good at all. Let it be Eames, if Eames were possible, but let the other string be kept for use if Eames were not possible. Poor girl! In coming to this resolve she had not done so without agony. She had a heart, and with such power as it gave her, she loved John Eames. But the world had been hard to her, knocking her about hither and thither unmercifully, threatening, as it now threatened, to take from her what few good things she enjoyed. When a girl is so circumstanced, she cannot afford to attend to her heart. She almost resolved not to see Eames on the present occasion, thinking that he might be made the more desperate by such refusal, and remembering also that Cradell was in the house and would know of it. "He's there a-waiting, Miss Mealyer. Why don't you come down?" And Jemima plucked her young mistress by the arm. "I am coming," said Amelia. And with dignified steps she descended to the interview. "Here she is, Mr. Eames," said the girl. And then Johnny found himself alone with his lady love. "You have sent for me, Mr. Eames?" she said, giving her head a little toss, and turning her face away from him. "I was engaged upstairs, but I thought it uncivil not to come down to you as you sent for me so special." "Yes, Miss Roper, I did want to see you very particularly." "Oh dear!" she exclaimed, and he understood fully that the exclamation referred to his having omitted the customary use of her Christian name. "I saw your mother before dinner, and I told her that I am going away the day after to-morrow." "We all know about that, to the Earl's, of course." And then there was another chuck of her head. "And I told her also that I had made up my mind not to come back to Burton Crescent." "What! Leave the house altogether?" "Well, yes. A fellow must make a change sometimes, you know." "And where are you going, John?" "That I don't know as yet." "Tell me the truth, John. Are you going to be married? Are you going to marry that young woman, Mr. Crosbie's leavings? I demand to have an answer at once. Are you going to marry her?" He had determined very resolutely that nothing she might say should make him angry, but when she thus questioned him about Crosbie's leavings, he found it very difficult to keep his temper. "I have not come," said he, "to speak to you about any one but ourselves." "That put off won't do with me, sir. You are not to treat any girl you may please in that sort of way. Oh, John!" Then she looked at him as though she did not know whether to fly at him and cover him with kisses, or to fly at him and tear his hair. "I know I haven't behaved quite as I should have done," he began. "Oh, John!" and she shook her head. "You mean, then, to tell me that you are going to marry her?" "I mean to say nothing of the kind. I only mean to say that I am going away from Burton Crescent." "John Eames! I wonder what you think will come to you. Will you answer me this? Have I had a promise from you, a distinct promise, over and over again, or have I not?" "I don't know about a distinct promise." "Well, well. I did think that you was a gentleman that would not go back from your word. I did think that. I did think that you would never put a young lady to the necessity of bringing forward her own letters to prove that she is not expecting more than she has a right." "You don't know! And that after all that has been between us! John Eames!" And again it seemed to him as though she were about to fly. "I tell you that I know I haven't behaved well. What more can I say?" "What more can you say? Oh, John, to ask me such a question! If you were a man you would know very well what more to say. But all you private secretaries are given to deceit, as the sparks fly upward. However, I despise you. I do indeed. I despise you." "If you despise me, we might as well shake hands and part at once. I dare say that will be best. One doesn't like to be despised, of course, but sometimes one can't help it." And then he put out his hand to her. "And is this to be the end of all?" she said, taking it. "Well, yes, I suppose so. You say I'm despised." "You shouldn't take up a poor girl in that way for a sharp word, not when she is suffering as I am made to suffer. If you only think of it! Think what I have been expecting!" And now Amelia began to cry, and to look as though she were going to fall into his arms. "It is better to tell the truth," he said, "isn't it?" "But it shouldn't be the truth." "But it is the truth. I couldn't do it. I should ruin myself, and you too, and we should never be happy." "I should be happy, very happy indeed." At this moment the poor girl's tears were unaffected, and her words were not artful. For a minute or two her heart, her actual heart, was allowed to prevail. "It cannot be, Amelia. Will you not say good-bye?" "Good-bye," she said, leaning against him as she spoke. "I do so hope you will be happy," he said; and then, putting his arm round her waist, he kissed her, which he certainly ought not to have done. When the interview was over, he escaped out into the Crescent, and as he walked down through the squares, Woburn Square and Russell Square and Bedford Square, towards the heart of London, he felt himself elated almost to a state of triumph. He had got himself well out of his difficulties, and now he would be ready for his love tale to Lilian.
Chapter 52 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 52. The First Visit to Guestwick Bridge. When John Eames arrived at Guestwick Manor, he was first welcomed by Lady Julia. "My dear Mr. Eames," she said, "I cannot tell you how glad we are to see you." After that she always called him John, and treated him throughout his visit with wonderful kindness. No doubt that affair of the bull had in some measure produced this feeling. No doubt also she was well disposed to the man whom she hoped might be accepted as a lover by Lily Dale. But I am inclined to think that the fact of his having beaten Crosbie had been the most potential cause of this affection for our hero on the part of Lady Julia. Ladies, especially discreet old ladies, such as Lady Julia de Guest, are bound to entertain pacific theories and to condemn all manner of violence. Lady Julia would have blamed any one who might have advised Eames to commit an assault upon Crosbie. But nevertheless, deeds of prowess are still dear to the female heart, and a woman, be she ever so old and discreet, understands and appreciates the summary justice which may be done by means of such a thrashing. Lady Julia, had she been called upon to talk of it, would undoubtedly have told Eames that he had committed a fault in striking Mr. Crosbie, but the deed had been done, and Lady Julia had become very fond of John Eames. "Vickers shall show you to your room if you like to go upstairs, but you'll find my brother close about the house if you choose to go out. I saw him not half an hour since." But John seemed to be well satisfied to sit in his arm-chair over the fire, and talk to his hostess, so neither of them moved. "And now that you're a private secretary, how do you like it?" "I like the work well enough, only I don't like the man, Lady Julia. But I shouldn't say so, because he is such an intimate friend of your brother's." "An intimate friend of Theodore's? Sir Raffle Buffle?" Lady Julia stiffened her back and put on a serious face, not being exactly pleased at being told that the Earl de Guest had any such intimate friend. "At any rate he tells me so about 4 times a day, Lady Julia. And he particularly wants to come down here next September." "Did he tell you that too?" "Indeed he did. You can't believe what a goose he is. Then his voice sounds like a cracked bell. It's the most disagreeable voice you ever heard in your life. And one has always to be on one's guard lest he should make one do something that isn't quite the thing for a gentleman. You understand, what the messenger ought to do." "You shouldn't be too much afraid of your own dignity." "No, I'm not. If Lord De Guest were to ask me to fetch him his shoes, I'd run to Guestwick and back for them and think nothing of it, just because he's my friend. He'd have a right to send me. But I'm not going to do such things as that for Sir Raffle Buffle." "Fetch him his shoes?" "That's what FitzHoward had to do, and he didn't like it." "Isn't Mr. FitzHoward nephew to the Duchess of St. Bungay?" "Nephew or cousin or something." "Dear me," said Lady Julia, "what a horrible man!" And in this way John Eames and her ladyship became very intimate. There was no one at dinner at the Manor that day but the Earl and his sister and their single guest. The Earl, when he came in, was very warm in his welcome, slapping his young friend on the back and poking jokes at him with a good-humoured, if not brilliant, pleasantry. "Thrashed anybody lately, John?" "Nobody to speak of," said Johnny. "Brought your nightcap down for your out-of-doors nap?" "No, but I've got a grand stick for the bull," said Johnny. "Ah, that's no joke now, I can tell you," said the Earl. "We had to sell him, and it half broke my heart. We don't know what had come to him, but he became quite unruly after that. Knocked Darvell down in the straw yard. It was very bad business, a very bad business indeed. Come, go and dress. Do you remember how you came down to dinner that day? I shall never forget how Crofts stared at you. Come, you've only got 20 minutes, and you London fellows always want an hour." "He's entitled to some consideration now he's a private secretary," said Lady Julia. "Bless us all, yes, I forgot that. Come, Mr. Private Secretary, don't stand on the grandeur of your necktie to-day, as there's nobody here but ourselves. You shall have an opportunity to-morrow." Then Johnny was handed over to the groom of the chambers, and exactly in 20 minutes he reappeared in the drawing-room. As soon as Lady Julia had left them after dinner, the Earl began to explain his plan for the coming campaign. "I'll tell you now what I've arranged," he said. "The squire is to be here to-morrow with his eldest niece, your Miss Lily's sister, you know." "What, Belle?" "Yes, with Belle, if her name is Belle. She's a very pretty girl, too. I don't know whether she's not the prettiest of the two, after all." "That's a matter of opinion." "Just so, Johnny, and do you stick to your own. They're coming here for 3 or 4 days. Lady Julia did ask Mrs. Dale and Lily. I wonder whether you'll let me call her Lily?" "Oh, dear, I wish I might have the power of letting you." "That's just the battle that you've got to fight. But the mother and the younger sister wouldn't come. Lady Julia says it's all right. That is, as a matter of course, she wouldn't come when she heard you were to be here. I don't quite understand it. In my days the young girls were ready enough to go where they knew they'd meet their lovers, and I never thought any the worse of them for it." "It wasn't because of that," said Eames. "That's what Lady Julia says, and I always find her to be right in things of that sort. And she says you'll have a better chance in going over there than you would here, if she were in the same house with you. If I was going to make love to a girl, of course I'd sooner have her close to me, staying in the same house. I should think it the best fun in the world. And we might have had a dance and all that kind of thing. But I couldn't make her come, you know." "Oh, no, of course not." "And Lady Julia thinks that it's best as it is. You must go over, you know, and get the mother on your side if you can. I take it the truth is this. You mustn't be angry with me, you know, for saying it." "You may be sure of that." "I suppose she was fond of that fellow Crosbie. She can't be very fond of him now, I should think, after the way he has treated her. But she'll find a difficulty in making her confession that she really likes you better than she ever liked him. Of course that's what you'll want her to say." "I want her to say that she'll be my wife, some day." "And when she has agreed to the some day, then you'll begin to press her to agree to your day, eh, sir?" "My belief is you'll bring her round. Poor girl! Why should she break her heart when a decent fellow like you will only be too glad to make her a happy woman?" And in this way the Earl talked to Eames till the latter almost believed that the difficulties were vanishing from out of his path. Could it be possible, he asked himself as he went to bed, that in a fortnight's time Lily Dale should have accepted him as her future husband? Then he remembered that day on which Crosbie, with the two girls, had called at his mother's house, when in the bitterness of his heart he had sworn to himself that he would always regard Crosbie as his enemy. Since then the world had gone well with him, and he had no longer any bitter feelings against Crosbie. That matter had been arranged on the platform of the Paddington station. He felt that if Lily would now accept him, he could almost shake hands with Crosbie. The episode in his life and in Lily's would have been painful, but he would learn to look back upon that without regret, if Lily could be taught to believe that a kind fate had at last given her to the better of her two lovers. "I'm afraid she won't bring herself to forget him," he had said to the Earl. "She'll only be too happy to forget him," the Earl had answered, "if you can induce her to begin the attempt. Of course it is very bitter at first. All the world knew about it. But, poor girl, she is not to be wretched for ever because of that. Do you go about your work with some little confidence, and I doubt not but what you'll have your way. You have everybody in your favour, the squire, her mother, and all." While such words as these were in his ears, how could he fail to hope and to be confident? While he was sitting cosily over his bedroom fire, he resolved that it should be as the Earl had said. But when he got up the following morning, and stood shivering as he came out of his bath, he could not feel the same confidence. "Of course I shall go to her," he said to himself, "and make a plain story of it. But I know what her answer will be. She will tell me that she cannot forget him." Then his feelings towards Crosbie were not so friendly as they had been on the previous evening. He did not visit the small house on that, his first day. It had been thought better that he should first meet the squire and Bell at Guestwick Manor. So he postponed his visit to Mrs. Dale till the next morning. "Go when you like," said the Earl. "There's the brown cob for you to do what you like with them while you're here." "I'll go and see my mother," said John, "but I won't take the cob to-day. If you'll let me have him to-morrow, I'll ride to Allington." So he walked off to Guestwick by himself. He knew very well every yard of the ground over which he went, remembering every gate and stile and greensward from the time of his early boyhood. And now, as he went along through his old haunts, he could not but look back and think the thoughts which had filled his mind in his earlier wanderings. As I have said before in some of these pages, no walks taken by the man are so crowded with thought as those taken by the boy. He had been early taught to understand that the world to him would be very hard, that he had nothing to look to but his own exertions, and that those exertions would not, unfortunately, be backed by any great cleverness of his own. I do not know that anybody had told him that he was a fool, but he had come to understand, partly through his own modesty, and partly, no doubt, through the somewhat obtrusive diffidence of his mother, that he was less sharp than other lads. It is probably true that he had come to his sharpness later in life than is the case with many young men. He had not grown up on the sunny side of the wall. Before that situation in the Income Tax Office had fallen his way, very humble modes of life had offered themselves, or rather had not offered themselves for his acceptance. He had endeavoured to become an usher at a commercial seminary, not supposed to be in a very thriving condition, but he had been, luckily, found deficient in his arithmetic. There had been some chance of his going into the leather warehouse of Messrs. Basil and Pigskin, but those gentlemen had required a premium, and any payment of that kind had been quite out of his mother's power. A country attorney, who had known the family for years, had been humbly solicited, the widow almost kneeling before him with tears, to take Johnny by the hand and make a clerk of him. But the attorney had discovered that Master Johnny Eames was not supposed to be sharp, and would have none of him. During those days, those gawky, gainless, unadmired days, in which he had wandered about the lanes of Guestwick as his only amusement, and had composed hundreds of rhymes in honour of Lily Dale, which no human eye but his own had ever seen, he had come to regard himself as almost a burden upon the earth. Nobody seemed to want him. His own mother was very anxious, but her anxiety seemed to him to indicate a continual desire to get rid of him. For hours upon hours he would fill his mind with castles in the air, dreaming of wonderful successes in the midst of which Lily Dale always reigned as a queen. He would carry on the same story in his imagination from month to month, almost contenting himself with such ideal happiness. Had it not been for the possession of that power, what comfort could there have been to him in his life? There are lads of 17 who can find happiness in study, who can busy themselves in books and be at their ease among the creations of other minds. These are they who afterwards become well-informed men. It was not so with John Eames. He had never been studious. The perusal of a novel was to him in those days a slow affair, and of poetry he read but little, storing up accurately in his memory all that he did read. But he created for himself his own romance, though to the eye a most unromantic youth, and he wandered through the Guestwick woods with many thoughts of which they who knew him best knew nothing. All this he thought of now, as with devious steps he made his way towards his old home, with very devious steps, for he went backwards through the woods by a narrow path which led right away from the town down to a little watercourse, over which stood a wooden footbridge with a rail. He stood on the centre of the plank, at a spot which he knew well, and rubbing his hand upon the rail, cleaned it for the space of a few inches of the vegetable growth produced by the spray of the water. There, rudely carved in the wood, was still the word Lily. When he had cut those letters she had been almost a child. "I wonder whether she will come here with me and let me show it to her," he said to himself. Then he took out his knife and cleared the cuttings of the letters, and having done so leaned upon the rail and looked down upon the running water. How well things in the world had gone for him, how well! And yet what would it all be if Lily would not come to him? How well the world had gone for him! In those days when he stood there carving the girl's name, everybody had seemed to regard him as a heavy burden, and he had so regarded himself. Now he was envied by many, respected by many, taken by the hand as a friend by those high in the world's esteem. When he had come near the Guestwick mansion in his old walks, always, however, keeping at a great distance, lest the grumpy old lord should be down upon him and scold him, he had little dreamed that he and the grumpy old lord would ever be together on such familiar terms, that he would tell to that lord more of his private thoughts than to any other living being. Yet it had come to that. The grumpy old lord had now told him that that gift of money was to be his whether Lily Dale accepted him or no. "Indeed the thing's done," said the grumpy lord, pulling out from his pocket certain papers, "and you've got to receive the dividends as they become due." Then, when Johnny had expostulated, as indeed the circumstances had left him no alternative but to expostulate, the Earl had roughly bade him hold his tongue, telling him that he would have to fetch Sir Raffles's boots directly he got back to London. So the conversation had quickly turned itself away to Sir Raffle, whom they both ridiculed with much satisfaction. "If he finds his way down here in September, Master Johnny, or in any other month either, you may fit my head with a fool's cap. Not remember, indeed! Is it not wonderful that any man should make himself so mean a fool?" All this was thought over again as Eames leaned upon the bridge. He remembered every word, and remembered many other words, earlier words, spoken years ago, filling him with desolation as to the prospects of his life. It had seemed that his friends had united in prophesying that the outlook into the world for him was hopeless, and that the earning of bread must be for ever beyond his power. And now his lines had fallen to him in very pleasant places, and he was among those whom the world had determined to caress. And yet, what would it all be if Lily would not share his happiness? When he had carved that name on the rail, his love for Lily had been an idea. It had now become a reality which might probably be full of pain. If it were so, if such should be the result of his wooing, would not those old dreamy days have been better than these, the days of his success? It was 1 o'clock by the time that he reached his mother's house, and he found her and his sister in a troubled and embarrassed state. "Of course you know, John," said his mother, as soon as their first embraces were over, "that we are going to dine at the Manor this evening?" But he did not know it, neither the Earl nor Lady Julia having said anything on the subject. "Of course we are going," said Mrs. Eames, "and it was so very kind. But I've never been out to such a house for so many years, John, and I do feel in such a twitter. I dined there once, soon after we were married, but I never have been there since that." "It's not the Earl I mind, but Lady Julia," said Mary Eames. "She's the most good-natured woman in the world," said Johnny. "Oh dear, people say she is so cross." "That's because people don't know her. If I was asked who is the kindest-hearted woman I know in the world, I think I should say Lady Julia de Guest. I think I should." "Ah, but then they're so fond of you," said the admiring mother. "You saved his lordship's life, under Providence." "That's all bosh, mother. You ask Dr. Crofts. He knows them as well as I do." "Dr. Crofts is going to marry Belle Dale," said Mary. And then the conversation was turned from the subject of Lady Julia's perfections and the awe inspired by the Earl. "Crofts going to marry Belle?" exclaimed Eames, thinking almost with dismay of the doctor's luck in thus getting himself accepted all at once, while he had been suing with the constancy almost of a Jacob. "Yes," said Mary, "and they say that she has refused to cousin Bernard, and that therefore the squire is taking away the house from them. You know they're all coming into Guestwick." "Yes, I know they are, but I don't believe that the squire is taking away the house." "Why should they come, then? Why should they give up such a charming place as that?" "Rent free," said Mrs. Eames. "I don't know why they should come away, but I can't believe the squire is turning them out. At any rate, not for that reason." The squire was prepared to advocate John's suit, and therefore John was bound to do battle on the squire's behalf. "He's a very stern man," said Mrs. Eames, "and they say that since that affair of poor Lily's he has been more cross than ever with them. As far as I know, it was not Lily's fault." "Poor Lily," said Mary. "I do pity her. If I was her, I should hardly know how to show my face. I shouldn't indeed." "And why shouldn't she show her face?" said John, in an angry tone. "What has she done to be ashamed of? Show her face, indeed! I cannot understand the spite which one woman will sometimes have to another." "There is no spite, John, and it's very wrong of you to say so," said Mary, defending herself. "But it is a very unpleasant thing for a girl to be jilted. All the world knows that she was engaged to him." "And all the world knows—" But he would not proceed to declare that all the world knew that also Crosbie had been well thrashed for his baseness. It would not become him to mention that, even before his mother and sister. All the world did know of it, all the world that cared to know anything of the matter, except Lily Dale herself. Nobody had ever yet told Lily Dale of that occurrence at the Paddington railway station, and it was well for John that her friends and his had been so discreet. "Oh, of course you are her champion," said Mary, "and I didn't mean to say anything unkind. Indeed I didn't. Of course it was a misfortune." "I think it was the best piece of good fortune that could have happened to her, not to marry a scoundrel like—" "Oh, John!" exclaimed Mrs. Eames. "I beg your pardon, mother, but it isn't swearing to call such a man as that a scoundrel." And he particularly emphasized the naughty word, thinking that thereby he would add to its import and take away from its very naughtiness. "But we won't talk any more about him. I hate the man's very name. I hated him the first moment that I saw him, and knew that he was a blackguard from his look. And I don't believe a word about the squire having been cross to them. Indeed, I know he has been the reverse of cross. So Bell is going to marry Dr. Crofts." "There is no doubt on earth about that," said Mary. "And they say that Bernard Dale is going abroad with his regiment." Then John discussed with his mother his duties as private secretary, and his intention of leaving Mrs. Roper's house. "I suppose it isn't nice enough for you now, John," said his mother. "It never was very nice, mother, to tell you the truth. There were people there. But you mustn't think I am turning up my nose because I'm getting grand. I don't want to live any better than we all lived at Mrs. Roper's. But she took in persons that were not agreeable. There is a Mr. and Mrs. Lupex there." Then he described something of their life in Burton Crescent, but he did not say much about Amelia Roper. Amelia Roper had not made her appearance in Guestwick, as he had once feared that she would do, and therefore it did not need that he should at present make known to his mother that episode in his life. When he got back to the Manor House, he found that Mr. Dale and his niece had arrived. They were both sitting with Lady Julia when he went into the morning room, and Lord De Guest was standing over the fire talking to them. Eames, as he came among them, felt terribly conscious of his position, as though all there were aware that he had been brought down from London on purpose to make a declaration of love, as indeed all of them were aware of that fact. Bell, though no one had told her so in direct words, was as sure of it as the others. "Here comes the Prince of the Matadors," said the Earl. "No, my lord, you're the prince. I'm only your first follower." Though he could contrive that his words should be gay, his looks were sheepish, and when he gave his hand to the squire, it was only by a struggle that he could bring himself to look straight into the old man's face. "I'm very glad to see you, John," said the squire. "Very glad indeed." "And so am I," said Bell. "I have been so happy to hear that you have been promoted at your office, and so is mamma." "I hope Mrs. Dale is quite well," said he, "and Lily." The word had been pronounced, but it had been done with so manifest an effort that all in the room were conscious of it, and he paused as Bell prepared her little answer. "My sister has been very ill, you know, with scarlatina. But she has recovered with wonderful quickness, and is nearly well again now. She will be so glad to see you if you will go over." "Yes, I shall certainly go over," said John. "And now shall I show you your room, Miss Dale?" said Lady Julia. Chapter 53 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 53, Loquitur Hopkins. The squire had been told that his niece Bell had accepted Dr. Crofts, and he had signified a sort of acquiescence in the arrangement, saying that if it were to be so, he had nothing to say against Dr. Crofts. He spoke this in a melancholy tone of voice, wearing on his face that look of subdued sorrow which was now habitual to him. It was to Mrs. Dale that he spoke on the subject. "I could have wished that it might have been otherwise," he said, "as you are well aware. I had family reasons for wishing that it might be otherwise. But I have nothing to say against it. Dr. Crofts, as her husband, shall be welcome to my house." Mrs. Dale, who had expected much worse than this, began to thank him for his kindness, and to say that she also would have preferred to see her daughter married to her cousin. But in such a matter the decision should be left entirely to the girl. Don't you think so?" "I have not a word to say against her," he repeated. Then Mrs. Dale left him, and told her daughter that her uncle's manner of receiving the news had been, for him, very gracious. "You were his favourite, but Lily will be so now," said Mrs. Dale. "I don't care a bit about that, or rather I do care, and think it will be in every way better. But as I, who am the naughty one, will go away, and as Lily, who is the good one, will remain with you, doesn't it almost seem a pity that you should be leaving the house?" Mrs. Dale thought it was almost a pity, but she could not say so now. "You think Lily will remain?" she said. "Yes, mamma, I feel sure she will." "She was always very fond of John Eames, and he is doing so well." "It will be of no use, mamma." "She is fond of him, very fond. In a sort of way she loves him, so well that I feel sure she never mentions his name without some inward reference to her old childish thoughts and fancies. If he had come before Mr. Crosbie, it would have all been well with her. But she cannot do it now. Her pride would prevent her, even if her heart permitted it. Oh dear, it's very wrong of me to say so, after all that I have said before, but I almost wish she were not going. Uncle Christopher seems to be less hard than he used to be, and as I was the sinner, and as I am now disposed of—" "It is too late now, my dear." "And we should neither of us have the courage to mention it to Lily," said Bell. On the following morning the squire sent for his sister-in-law, as it was his wont to do when necessity came for any discussion on matters of business. This was perfectly understood between them, and such sending was not taken as indicating any lack of courtesy on the part of Mr. Dale. "Mary," he said, as soon as Mrs. Dale was seated, "I shall do for Bell exactly what I have proposed to do for Lily. I had intended more than that once, of course, but then it would all have gone into Bernard's pocket. As it is, I shall make no difference between them. They shall each have 100 a year, that is, when they marry. You had better tell Crofts to speak to me." "Mr. Dale, he doesn't expect it. He does not expect a penny." "So much the better for him, and indeed so much the better for her. He won't make her the less welcome to his home because she brings some assistance to it." "We have never thought of it, any of us. The offer has come so suddenly that I don't know what I ought to say." "Say nothing. If you choose to make me a return for it. But I am only doing what I conceive to be my duty, and have no right to ask for a kindness in return." "But what kindness can we show you, Mr. Dale?" "Remain in that house." In saying these last words he spoke as though he were again angry, as though he were again laying down the law to them, as though he were telling her of a duty which was due to him and incumbent on her. His voice was as stern and his face as acid as ever. He said that he was asking for a kindness, but surely no man ever asked for kindness in a voice so peremptory. "Remain in that house." Then he turned himself in towards his table, as though he had nothing more to say. But Mrs. Dale was beginning, now at last, to understand something of his mind and real character. He could be affectionate and forbearing in his giving, but when asking he could not be otherwise than stern. Indeed, he could not ask. He could only demand. "We have done so much now," Mrs. Dale began to plead. "Well, well, well, I did not mean to speak about that. Things are unpacked easier than they are packed. But, however, never mind. Bell is to go with me this afternoon to Guestwick Manor. Let her be up here at 2. Grimes can bring her box round, I suppose." "Oh yes, of course." "And don't be talking to her about money before she starts. I had rather you didn't. You understand. But when you see Crofts, tell him to come to me. Indeed, he'd better come at once if this thing is to go on quickly." It may easily be understood that Mrs. Dale would disobey the injunctions contained in the squire's last words. It was quite out of the question that she should return to her daughters and not tell them the result of her morning's interview with their uncle. 100 a year in the doctor's modest household would make all the difference between plenty and want, between modest plenty and endurable want. Of course, she told them, giving Belle to understand that she must dissemble so far as to pretend ignorance of the affair. "I shall thank him at once," said Belle, "and tell him that I did not at all expect it, but am not too proud to accept it." "Pray don't, my dear, not just now. I am breaking a sort of promise in telling you it all, only I could not keep it to myself. And he has so many things to worry him. Though he says nothing about it now, he has half broken his heart about you and Bernard." Then, too, Mrs. Dale told the girls what request the squire had just made, and the manner in which he had made it. The tone of his voice as he spoke brought tears into my eyes. I almost wish we had not done anything. "But, mamma," said Lily, "what difference can it make to him? You know that our presence near him was always a trouble to him. He never really wanted us. He liked to have Belle there when he thought that Belle would marry his pet." "Don't be unkind, Lily." "I don't mean to be unkind. Why shouldn't Bernard be his pet? I love Bernard dearly, and he always thought it the best point in Uncle Christopher that he was so fond of him. I knew, you know, that it was no use. Of course I knew it, as I understood all about somebody else. But Bernard is his pet." "He's fond of you all in his own way," said Mrs. Dale. "But is he fond of you? That's the question," said Lily. "We could have forgiven him anything done to us, and have put up with any words he might have spoken to us, because he regards us as children. His giving 100 a year to Belle won't make you comfortable in his house if he still domineers over you. If a neighbour be neighbourly, near neighbourhood is very nice. But Uncle Christopher has not been neighbourly. He has wanted to be more than an uncle to us, on condition that he might be less than a brother to you. Belle and I have always felt that his regard on such terms was not worth having." "I almost feel that we have been wrong," said Mrs. Dale. "But in truth I never thought that the matter would be to him one of so much moment." When Belle had gone, Mrs. Dale and Lily were not disposed to continue with much energy the occupation on which they had all been employed for some days past. There had been life and excitement in the work when they had first commenced their packing, but now it was grown wearisome, dull, and distasteful. Indeed, so much of it was done that but little was left to employ them, except those final strappings and fastenings, and that last collection of odds and ends, which could not be accomplished till they were absolutely on the point of starting. The squire had said that unpacking would be easier than packing, and Mrs. Dale, as she wandered about among the hampers and cases, began to consider whether the task of restoring all the things to their old places would be very disagreeable. She said nothing of this to Lily, and Lily herself, whatever might be her thoughts, made no such suggestion to her mother. "I think Hopkins will miss us more than any one else," she said. "Hopkins will have no one to scold." Just at that moment Hopkins appeared at the parlour window, and signified his desire for a conference. "You must come round," said Lily. "It's too cold for the window to be open. I always like to get him in the house, because he feels himself a little abashed by the chairs and tables. Or perhaps it is the carpet that is too much for him. Out on the gravel walks he is such a terrible tyrant, and in the greenhouse he almost tramples upon one." Hopkins, when he did appear at the parlour door, seemed by his manner to justify Lily's discretion. He was not at all masterful in his tone or bearing, and seemed to pay to the chairs and tables all the deference which they could have expected. "So you be going in earnest, ma'am?" he said, looking down at Mrs. Dale's feet. As Mrs. Dale did not answer him at once, Lily spoke. "Yes, Hopkins, we are going in a very few days now. We shall see you sometimes, I hope, over at Guestwick?" "Humph," said Hopkins. "So you be really going. I didn't think it had ever come to that, miss, I didn't indeed, and no more it oughtn't, but of course it isn't for me to speak." "People must change their residence sometimes, you know," said Mrs. Dale, using the same argument by which Eames had endeavoured to excuse his departure to Mrs. Roper. Well, ma'am, it ain't for me to say anything, but this I will say. I've lived here about the squire's place, man and boy, just all my life, seeing I was born here, as you knows, Mrs. Dale, and of all the bad things I ever see come about the place, this is a sight the worst." "Oh, Hopkins!" "The worst of all, ma'am, the worst of all. It'll just kill the squire. There's nary doubt in the world about that. It'll be the very death of the old man." "That's nonsense, Hopkins," said Lily. "Very well, miss. I don't say but what it is nonsense, only you'll see. There's Mr. Bernard, he's gone away, and by all accounts he never did care very much for the place. They say all he's a-going to the Hingies, and Miss Bell is going to be married, which is all proper in course. Why shouldn't she? And why shouldn't you too, Miss Lily?" "Perhaps I shall some day, Hopkins." "There's no day like the present, Miss Lily. And I do say this, that the man as pitched into him would be the man for my money." This, which Hopkins spoke in the excitement of the moment, was perfectly unintelligible to Lily, and Mrs. Dale, who shuddered as she heard him, said not a word to call for any explanation. "But," continued Hopkins, "that's all as it may be, Miss Lily, and you be in the hands of Providence, as is others." "Exactly so, Hopkins." "But why should your mamma be all for going away? She ain't going to marry no one. Here's the house, and there's she, and there's the squire, and why should she be for going away? So much going away all at once can't be for any good. It's just a breaking up of everything, as though nothing wasn't good enough for nobody. I never went away, and I can't abide it." "Well, Hopkins, it's settled now," said Mrs. Dale, "and I'm afraid it can't be unsettled." "Settled? Well, tell me this. Do you expect, Mrs. Dale, that he's to live there all alone by hisself, without any one to say a cross word to, unless it be me or Dingles? For Joliffe's worse than nobody, he's so mortal cross hisself. Of course he can't stand it. If you goes away, Mrs. Dale, Mr. Bernard, he'll be squire in less than 12 months. He'll come back from the Hingies then, I suppose." "I don't think my brother-in-law will take it in that way, Hopkins." "Ah, ma'am, you don't know him, not as I knows him. All the ins and outs and crinks and crannies of him. I knows him as I does the old apple trees that I've been a-handling for 40 year. There's a deal of bad wood about them old cankered trees, and some folks say they ain't worth the ground they stand on. But I know where the sap runs, and when the fruit blossom shows itself, I know where the fruit will be the sweetest. It don't take much to kill one of them old trees, but there's life in 'em yet if they be well handled." "I'm sure I hope my brother's life may be long spared to him," said Mrs. Dale. "Then don't be taking yourself away, ma'am, into them gashly lodgings at Guestwick. I says they are gashly for the likes of a Dale. It's not for me to speak, ma'am, of course, and I only came up now just to know what things you'd like with you out of the greenhouse." "Oh, nothing, Hopkins, thank you," said Mrs. Dale. "He told me to put up for you the best I could pick, and I means to do it." And Hopkins, as he spoke, indicated by a motion of his head that he was making reference to the squire. "We shan't have any place for them," said Lily. "I must send a few, miss, just to cheer you up a bit. I fear you'll be very dolesome there. And the doctor, he ain't got what you can call a regular garden, but there is a bit of a place behind." "But we wouldn't rob the dear old place," said Lily. "For the matter of that, what does it signify? The squire'll be that wretched he'll turn sheep in here to destroy the place, or he'll have the garden ploughed. You see if he don't. As for the place is clean done for if you leave it. You don't suppose he'll go and let the small house to strangers? The squire ain't one of that sort anyways." "Ah, me!" exclaimed Mrs. Dale, as soon as Hopkins had taken himself off. "What is it, mamma? He's a dear old man, but surely what he says cannot make you really unhappy." "It is so hard to know what one ought to do. I did not mean to be selfish, but it seems to me as though I were doing the most selfish thing in the world." "Nay, mamma, it has been anything but selfish. Besides, it is we that have done it, not you." Do you know, Lily, that I also have that feeling as to breaking up one's old mode of life of which Hopkins spoke? I thought that I should be glad to escape from this place, but now that the time has come, I dread it." "Do you mean that you repent?" Mrs. Dale did not answer her daughter at once, fearing to commit herself by words which could not be retracted. But at last she said, "Yes, Lily, I think I do repent. I think that it has not been well done." "Then let it be undone," said Lily. The dinner party at Guestwick Manor on that day was not very bright, and yet the Earl had done all in his power to make his guests happy. But gaiety did not come naturally to his house, which, as will have been seen, was an abode very unlike in its nature to that of the other Earl at Courcy Castle. Lady De Courcy at any rate understood how to receive and entertain a houseful of people, though the practice of doing so might give rise to difficult questions in the privacy of her domestic relations. Lady Julia did not understand it, but then Lady Julia was never called upon to answer for the expense of extra servants, nor was she asked about twice a week who the was to pay the wine merchant's bill. As regards Lord De Guest and the Lady Julia themselves, I think they had the best of it, but I am bound to admit, with reference to chance guests, that the house was dull. The people who were now gathered at the Earl's table could hardly have been expected to be very sprightly when in company with each other. The squire was not a man much given to general society, and was unused to amuse a table full of people. On the present occasion he sat next to Lady Julia, and from time to time muttered a few words to her about the state of the country. Mrs. Eames was terribly afraid of everybody there, and especially of the Earl, next to whom she sat, and whom she continually called my lord, showing by her voice as she did so that she was almost alarmed by the sound of her own voice. Mr. and Mrs. Boyce were there, the parson sitting on the other side of Lady Julia, and the parson's wife on the other side of the Earl. Mrs. Boyce was very studious to show that she was quite at home, and talked perhaps more than any one else, but in doing so she bored the Earl most exquisitely, so that he told John Eames the next morning that she was worse than the bull. The parson ate his dinner, but said little or nothing between the two graces. He was a heavy, sensible, slow man, who knew himself and his own powers. "Uncommon good stewed beef," he said as he went home. "Why can't we have our beef stewed like that?" "Because we don't pay our cook £60 a year," said Mrs. Boyce. "A woman with £16 can stew beef as well as a woman with 60, said he, "and she only wants looking after." The Earl himself was possessed of a sort of gaiety. There was about him a lightness of spirit which often made him an agreeable companion to one single person. John Eames conceived him to be the most sprightly old man of his day, an old man with the fun and frolic almost of a boy. But this spirit, though it would show itself before John Eames, was not up to the entertainment of John Eames's mother and sister, together with the squire, the parson, and the parson's wife of Allington. So that the Earl was overweighted and did not shine on this occasion at his own dinner table. Dr. Crofts, who had also been invited, and who had secured the place which was now peculiarly his own, next to Belle Dale, was no doubt happy enough, as, let us hope, was the young lady also, but they added very little to the general hilarity of the company. John Eames was seated between his own sister and the parson, and did not at all enjoy his position. He had a full view of the doctor's felicity, as the happy pair sat opposite to him, and conceived himself to be hardly treated by Lily's absence. The party was certainly very dull, as were all such dinners at Guestwick Manor. There are houses which, in their everyday course, are not conducted by any means in a sad or unsatisfactory manner, in which life, as a rule, runs along merrily enough, but which cannot give a dinner party, or, I might rather say, should never allow themselves to be allured into the attempt. The owners of such houses are generally themselves quite aware of the fact, and dread the dinner which they resolve to give quite as much as it is dreaded by their friends. They know that they prepare for their guests an evening of misery, and for themselves certain long hours of purgatory which are hardly to be endured. But they will do it. Why that long table, and all those supernumerary glasses and knives and forks, if they are never to be used? That argument produces all this misery. That and others cognate to it. On the present occasion, no doubt, there were excuses to be made. The squire and his niece had been invited on special cause, and their presence would have been well enough. The doctor added in would have done no harm. It was good-natured, too, that invitation given to Mrs. Eames and her daughter. The error lay in the parson and his wife. There was no necessity for their being there, nor had they any ground on which to stand except the party giving ground. Mr. and Mrs. Boyce made the dinner party and destroyed the social circle. Lady Julia knew that she had been wrong as soon as she had sent out the note. Nothing was said on that evening which has any bearing on our story. Nothing indeed was said which had any bearing on anything. The Earl's professed object had been to bring the squire and young Eames together, but people are never brought together on such melancholy occasions. Though they sip their port in close contiguity, they are poles asunder in their minds and feelings. When the Guestwick fly came for Mrs. Eames, and the parson's pony phaeton came for him and Mrs. Boyce, a great relief was felt, but the misery of those who were left had gone too far to allow of any reaction on that evening. The squire yawned.
Chapter 54 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 54. The Second Visit to the Guestwick Bridge. Belle had declared that her sister would be very happy to see John Eames if he would go over to Allington, and he had replied that of course he would go there. So much having been, as it were, settled, he was able to speak of his visit as a matter of course at the breakfast table on the morning after the Earl's dinner party. "I must get you to come round with me, Dale, and see what I am doing to the land," the Earl said, and then he proposed to order saddle horses. But the squire preferred walking, and in this way they were disposed of soon after breakfast. John had it in his mind to get Belle to himself for half an hour, and hold a conference with her. But it either happened that Lady Julia was too keen in her duties as a hostess, or else, as was more possible, Belle avoided the meeting. No opportunity for such an interview offered itself, though he hung about the drawing-room all the morning. "You had better wait for luncheon now," Lady Julia said to him about 12. But this he declined, and taking himself away hid himself about the place for the next hour and a half. During this time he considered much whether it would be better for him to ride or walk. If she should give him any hope, he could ride back triumphant as a field-marshal. Then the horse would be delightful to him. But if she should give him no hope, if it should be his destiny to be rejected utterly on that morning, then the horse would be terribly in the way of his sorrow. Under such circumstances what could he do but roam wide across the fields, resting when he might choose to rest, and running when it might suit him to run? "And she is not like other girls," he thought to himself. "She won't care for my boots being dirty." So at last he elected to walk. "Stand up to her boldly, man," the Earl had said to him. "By George, what is there to be afraid of? It's my belief that they'll give most to those who ask for most. There's nothing sets 'em against a man like being sheepish." How the Earl knew so much, seeing that he had not himself given any signs of success in that walk of life, I am not prepared to say. But Eames took his advice as being in itself good, and resolved to act upon it. Not that any resolution will be of any use, he said to himself as he walked along. When the moment comes, I know that I shall tremble before her, and I know that she'll see it. But I don't think it will make any difference to her. He had last seen her on the lawn behind the small house, just at that time when her passion for Crosbie was at the strongest. Eames had gone thither impelled by a foolish desire to declare to her his hopeless love, and she had answered him by telling him that she loved Mr. Crosbie better than all the world besides. Of course she had done so at that time, but nevertheless her manner of telling him had seemed to him to be cruel, and he also had been cruel. He had told her that he hated Crosbie, calling him that man, and assuring her that no earthly consideration should induce him to go into that man's house. Then he had walked away moodily, wishing him all manner of evil. Was it not singular that all the evil things which he, in his mind, had meditated for the man had fallen upon him? Crosbie had lost his love. He had so proved himself to be a villain that his name might not be so much as mentioned. He had been ignominiously thrashed. But what good would all this be if his image were still dear to Lily's heart? I told her that I loved her then, he said to himself, though I had no right to do so. At any rate, I have a right to tell her now. When he reached Allington, he did not go in through the village and up to the front of the small house by the cross street, but turned by the church gate and passed over the squire's terrace and by the end of the great house through the garden. Here he encountered Hopkins. "Why, if that bain't Mr. Eames," said the gardener. "Mr. John, may I make so bold?" And Hopkins held out a very dirty hand, which Eames of course took, unconscious of the cause of this new affection. "I'm just going to call at the small house, and I thought I'd come this way." "To be sure, this way or that way, or any way, who's so welcome, Mr. John. I envies you. I envies you more than I envies any man. If I could have got him by the scruff of the neck, I'd have treated him just like any wermin, I would indeed. He was wermin. I always said it. I hated him always. I did indeed, Mr. John, from the first moment when he used to be nigging away at them fortry balls, knocking them in among the rhododendrons as though there weren't no flower blossoms for next year. He never looked at one as though one were a Christian, did he, Mr. John?" "I wasn't very fond of him myself, Hopkins." "Of course you weren't very fond of him. Who was? Only she, poor young lady. She'll be better now, Mr. John, a deal better. He wasn't a wholesome lover, not like you are. Tell me, Mr. John, did you give it him well when you got him? I heard you did. 2 black eyes and all his face one mash of gore." And Hopkins, who was by no means a young man, stiffly put himself into a fighting attitude. Eames passed on over the little bridge, which seemed to be in a state of fast decay, unattended to by any friendly carpenter now that the days of its use were so nearly at an end, and on into the garden, lingering on the spot where he had last said farewell to Lily. He looked about as though he expected still to find her there, but there was no one to be seen in the garden, and no sound to be heard. As every step brought him nearer to her whom he was seeking, he became more and more conscious of the hopelessness of his errand. Him she had never loved, and why should he venture to hope that she would love him now? He would have turned back had he not been aware that his promise to others required that he should persevere. He had said that he would do this thing, and he would be as good as his word, but he hardly ventured to hope that he might be successful. In this frame of mind he slowly made his way up across the lawn. "My dear, there is John Eames," said Mrs. Dale, who had first seen him from the parlour window. "Don't go, mamma." "I don't know. Perhaps it will be better that I should." "No, mamma, no. What good can it do? It can do no good. I like him as well as I can like anyone. I love him dearly, but it can do no good. Let him come in here and be very kind to him, but do not go away and leave us. Of course I knew he would come, and I shall be very glad to see him. Then Mrs. Dale went round to the other room and admitted her visitor through the window of the drawing-room. "We are in terrible confusion, John, are we not? And so you are really going to live in Guestwick?" "Well, it looks like it, does it not? But to tell you a secret, only it must be a secret, you must not mention it at Guestwick Manor. Even Belle does not know. We have half made up our minds to unpack all our things and stay where we are." Eames was so intent on his own purpose and so fully occupied with the difficulty of the task before him that he could hardly receive Mrs. Dale's tidings with all the interest which they deserved. "Unpack them all again," he said. "That will be very troublesome. Is Lily with you, Mrs. Dale?" "Yes, she is in the parlour. Come and see her." So he followed Mrs. Dale through the hall, and found himself in the presence of his love. "How do you do, John?" "How do you do, Lily?" We all know the way in which such meetings are commenced. Each longed to be tender and affectionate to the other, each in a different way, but neither knew how to throw any tenderness into this first greeting. "So you're staying at the Manor House?" said Lily. "Yes, I'm staying there. Your uncle and Belle came yesterday afternoon." "Have you heard about Belle?" said Mrs. Dale. "Oh, yes. Mary told me. I'm so glad of it. I always liked Dr. Crofts very much. I have not congratulated her because I didn't know whether it was a secret. But Crofts was there last night, and if it is a secret, he didn't seem to be very careful about keeping it." "Oh, it's no secret," said Mrs. Dale. "I don't know that I am fond of such secrets." But as she said this, she thought of Crosbie's engagement, which had been told to everyone, and of its consequences. "Is it to be soon?" he asked. "Well, yes, we think so. Of course nothing is settled." "It was such fun," said Lily. "James, who took, at any rate, a year or two to make his proposal, wanted to be married the next day afterwards." "No, Lily, not quite that." "Well, Mamma, it was very nearly that. He thought it could all be done this week. It has made us very happy, John. I don't know anybody I should so much like for a brother. I'm very glad that you like him, very glad. I hope you'll be friends always." There was some little tenderness in this, as John acknowledged to himself. "I'm sure we shall, if he likes it. That is, if I ever happen to see him. I'll do anything for him I can if he ever comes up to London. Wouldn't it be a good thing, Mrs. Dale, if he settled himself in London?" "No, John. It would be a very bad thing. Why should he wish to rob me of my daughter?" Mrs. Dale was speaking of her eldest daughter, but the very allusion to any such robbery covered John Eames' face with a blush, and made him hot up to the roots of his hair, and for the moment silenced him. "You think he would have a better career in London?" said Lily, speaking under the influence of her superior presence of mind. She had certainly shown defective judgment in desiring her mother not to leave them alone, and of this Mrs. Dale soon felt herself aware. The thing had to be done, and no little precautionary measure, such as this of Mrs. Dale's enforced presence, would prevent it. Of this Mrs. Dale was well aware, and she felt, moreover, that John was entitled to an opportunity of pleading his own cause. It might be that such an opportunity would avail him nothing, but not the less should he have it of right, seeing that he desired it. But yet Mrs. Dale did not dare to get up and leave the room. Lily had asked her not to do so, and at the present period of their lives all Lily's requests were sacred. They continued for some time to talk of Crofts and his marriage, and when that subject was finished, they discussed their own probable, or as it seemed now improbable, removal to Guestwick. "It's going too far, Mamma," said Lily, "to say that you think we shall not go. It was only last night that you suggested it. The truth is, John, that Hopkins came in and discoursed with the most wonderful eloquence. Nobody dared to oppose Hopkins. He made us almost cry. He was so pathetic." "He has just been talking to me, too," said John, "as I came through the squire's garden." "And what has he been saying to you?" said Mrs. Dale. "Oh, I don't know, not much." John, however, remembered well at this moment all that the gardener had said to him. Did she know of that encounter between him and Crosbie? And if she did know of it, in what light did she regard it? They had sat thus for an hour together, and Eames was not as yet an inch nearer to his object. He had sworn to himself that he would not leave the small house without asking Lily to be his wife. It seemed to him as though he would be guilty of falsehood toward the Earl if he did so. Lord de Guest had opened his house to him, and had asked all the Dales there, and had offered himself up as a sacrifice at the cruel shrine of a serious dinner-party, to say nothing of that easier and lighter sacrifice which he had made in a pecuniary point of view, in order that this thing might be done. Under such circumstances, Eames was too honest a man not to do it, let the difficulties in his way be what they might. He had sat there for an hour, and Mrs. Dale still remained with her daughter. Should he get up boldly and ask Lily to put on her bonnet and come out into the garden? As a thought struck him, he rose and grasped at his hat. "I am going to walk back to Guestwick," said he. "It was very good of you to come so far to see us." "I was always fond of walking," he said. "The Earl wanted me to ride, but I prefer being on foot when I know the country as I do here. Have a glass of wine before you go." "Oh, dear, no. I think I'll go back through the Squire's fields and out on the road at the White Gate. The path is quite dry now." "I dare say it is," said Mrs. Dale. "Lily, I wonder whether you would come as far as that with me." As the request was made, Mrs. Dale looked at her daughter almost beseechingly. "Do, pray do," said he. "It is a beautiful day for walking." The path proposed lay right across the field into which Lily had taken Crosbie when she made her offer to let him off from his engagement. Could it be possible that she should ever walk there again with another lover? "No, John," she said, "not to-day. I think I am almost tired, and I had rather not go out." "It would do you good," said Mrs. Dale. "I don't want to be done good to, mamma. Besides, I should have to come back by myself." "I'll come back with you," said Johnny. "Oh, yes, and then I should have to go again with you. But, John, really, I don't wish to walk to-day." Whereupon John Eames again put down his hat. "Lily," said he, and then he stopped. Mrs. Dale walked away to the window, turning her back upon her daughter and her visitor. "Lily, I have come over here on purpose to speak to you. Indeed, I have come down from London only that I might see you." "Have you, John?" "Yes, I have. You know well all that I have got to tell you. I loved you before he ever saw you, and now he is gone. I love you better than I ever did, dear Lily." And he put out his hand to her. "No, John, no," she answered. "Must it always be no?" "Always no to that. How can it be otherwise? You would not have me marry you while I love another." "But he is gone. He has taken another wife." "I cannot change myself because he is changed. If you are kind to me, you will let that be enough." "But you are so unkind to me." "No, no. Oh, I would wish to be so kind to you. John, here, take my hand. It is the hand of a friend who loves you and will always love you. Dear John, I will do anything, everything for you but that." "There is only one thing," said he, still holding her by the hand, but with his face turned from her. "Nay, do not say so. Are you worse off than I am? I could not have that one thing, and I was nearer to my heart's longings than you have ever been. I cannot have that one thing, but I know that there are other things, and I will not allow myself to be broken-hearted." "You are stronger than I am," he said. "Not stronger, but more certain. Make yourself as sure as I am, and you, too, will be strong. Is it not so, mamma?" "I wish it could be otherwise. I wish it could be otherwise, if you can give him any hope." "Mamma!" "Tell me that I may come again in a year," he pleaded. "I cannot tell you so. You may not come again, not in this way. Do you remember what I told you before in the garden? that I loved him better than all the world besides? It is still the same. I still love him better than all the world. How then can I give you any hope? But it will not be so forever, Lily. Forever. Why should he not be mine as well as hers when that forever comes? John, if you understand what it is to love, you will say nothing more of it. I have spoken to you more openly about this than I have ever done to anybody, even to Mamma, because I have wished to make you understand my feelings. I should be disgraced in my own eyes if I admitted the love of another man after. It is to me almost as though I had married him. I am not blaming him, remember? These things are different with a man. She had not dropped his hand, and as she made her last speech was sitting in her old chair with her eyes fixed upon the ground. She spoke in a low voice, slowly, almost with difficulty, but still the words came very clearly, with a clear, distinct voice which caused them to be remembered with accuracy, both by Mr. Eames and Mrs. Dale. To him it seemed to be impossible that he should continue his suit after such a declaration. To Mrs. Dale they were terrible words, speaking of a perpetual widowhood and telling of an amount of suffering greater even than that which she had anticipated. It was true that Lily had never said so much to her as she had said now to John Eames, or had attempted to make so clear an exposition of her own feelings. I should be disgraced in my own eyes if I admitted the love of another man. They were terrible words, but very easy to be understood. Mrs. Dale had felt from the first that Eames was coming too soon, that the Earl and the Squire together were making an effort to cure the wound too quickly after its infliction, that time should have been given to her girl to recover. But now the attempt had been made, and words had been forced from Lily's lips, the speaking of which would never be forgotten by herself. "I knew that it would be so," said John. "Ah, yes, you know it because your heart understands my heart, and you will not be angry with me and say naughty, cruel words as you did once before. We will think of each other, John, and pray for each other, and will always love one another. When we do meet, let us be glad to see each other. No other friend shall ever be dearer to me than you are. You are so true and honest. When you marry, I will tell your wife what an infinite blessing God has given her." "You shall never do that." "Yes, I will. I understand what you mean, but yet I will." "Good-bye, Mrs. Dale," he said. "Good-bye, John. If it could have been otherwise with her, you should have had all my best wishes in this matter. I would have loved you dearly as my son, and I will love you now." Then she put up her lips and kissed his face. "And so will I love you," said Lily, giving him her hand again. He looked longingly into her face as though he had thought it possible that she also might kiss him. Then he pressed her hand to his lips, and without speaking any further farewell took up his hat and left the room. "Poor fellow," said Mrs. Dale. "They should not have let him come," said Lily. "But they don't understand. They think that I have lost a toy, and they mean to be good-natured and to give me another." Very shortly after that Lily went away by herself, and sat alone for hours, and when she joined her mother again at tea-time, nothing further was said of John Eames' visit. He made his way out by the front door and through the churchyard, and in this way on to the field through which he had asked Lily to walk with him. He hardly began to think of what had passed till he had left the squire's house behind him. As he made his way through the tombstones, he paused and read one, as though it interested him. He stood a moment under the tower looking up at the clock, and then pulled out his own watch as though to verify the one by the other. He made, unconsciously, a struggle to drive away from his thoughts the facts of the late scene, and for some 5 or 10 minutes he succeeded. He said to himself a word or two about Sir Raffle and his letters, and laughed inwardly as he remembered the figure of Rafferty bringing in the knight's shoes. He had gone some half-mile upon his way before he ventured to stand still and tell himself that he had failed in the great object of his life. Yes, he had failed, and he acknowledged to himself with bitter reproaches that he had failed now and forever. He told himself that he had obtruded upon her in her sorrow with an unmannerly love, and rebuked himself as having been not only foolish but ungenerous. His friend the Earl had been wont, in his waggish way, to call him the conquering hero, and had so talked him out of his common sense as to have made him almost think that he would be successful in his suit. Now, as he told himself that any such success might have been impossible, he almost hated the Earl for having brought him to this condition. A conquering hero, indeed! How should he manage to sneak back among them all at the manor-house, crestfallen and abject in his misery? Everybody knew the errand on which he had gone, and everybody must know of his failure. How could he have been such a fool as to undertake such a task under the eyes of so many lookers-on? Was it not the case that he had so fondly expected success as to think only of his triumph in returning, and not of his more probable disgrace? He had allowed others to make a fool of him, and had so made a fool of himself that now all hope and happiness were over for him. How could he escape at once out of the country back to London? How could he get away without saying a word further to anyone? That was a thought at first that occupied his mind. He crossed the road at the end of the squire's property, where the parish of Allington divides itself from that of Abbot's Guest, in which the Earl's house stands, and made his way back along the copse which skirted the field in which they had encountered the bull, into the high woods which were at the back of the park. Ah, yes. It had been well for him that he had not come out on horseback. That ride home along the high road and up to the manor-house stables would, under his present circumstances, have been almost impossible to him. As it was, he did not think it possible that he should return to his place in the Earl's house. How could he pretend to maintain his ordinary demeanour under the eyes of those 2 old men? It would be better for him to get home to his mother, to send a message from thence to the manor, and then to escape back to London. So thinking, but with no resolution made, he went on through the woods and down from the hill back towards the town till he again came to the little bridge over the brook. There he stopped, and stood a while with his broad hands spread over the letters which he had cut in those early days, so as to hide them from his sight. "What an ass I have been, always and ever," he said to himself. It was not only of his late disappointment that he was thinking, but of his whole past life. He was conscious of his hobbledehoyhood, of that backwardness on his part in assuming manhood which had rendered him incapable of making himself acceptable to Lily before she had fallen into the clutches of Crosbie. As he thought of this, he declared to himself that if he could meet Crosbie again he would thrash him, that he would so belabor him as to send him out of this world, if such sending might possibly be done by fair beating, regardless whether he himself might be called upon to follow him. Was it not hard that for the 2 of them, for Lily, and for him also, there should be such punishment because of the insincerity of that man? When he had thus stood upon the bridge for some quarter of an hour, he took out his knife, and with deep, rough gashes in the wood cut out Lily's name from the rail. He had hardly finished, and was still looking at the chips as they were being carried away by the stream, when a gentle step came close up to him, and turning round, he saw that Lady Julia was on the bridge. She was close to him, and had already seen his handiwork. "Has she offended you, John?" she said. "Oh, Lady Julia, has she offended you?" "She has refused me, and it is all over." "It may be that she has refused you, and that yet it need not be all over. I am sorry you have cut out the name, John. Do you mean to cut it out from your heart?" "Never. I would if I could, but I never shall." "Keep to it as to a great treasure. It will be a joy to you in after years, and not a sorrow. To have loved truly, even though you shall have loved in vain, will be a consolation when you are as old as I am. It is something to have had a heart. I don't know, I wish I had none. And John, I can understand her feeling now, and indeed I thought all through that you were asking her too soon, but the time may yet come when she will think better of your wishes. No, never. I begin to know her now. If you can be constant in your love, you may win her yet. Remember how young she is, and how young you both are. Come again in 2 years' time, and then, when you have won her, you shall tell me that I have been a good old woman to you both." "I shall never win her, Lady Julia." As he spoke these last words, the tears were running down his cheeks, and he was weeping openly in the presence of his companion. It was well for him that she had come upon him in his sorrow. When he once knew that she had seen his tears, he could pour out to her
Chapter 55 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 55. Not Very Fie Fie after all. It will perhaps be remembered that terrible things had been foretold as about to happen between the Hartletop and Omnium families. Lady Dumbello had smiled whenever Mr. Plantagenet Palliser had spoken to her. Mr. Palliser had confessed to himself that politics were not enough for him, and that love was necessary to make up the full complement of his happiness. Lord Dumbello had frowned latterly when his eyes fell on the tall figure of the Duke's heir, and the Duke himself, that potentate generally so mighty in his silence, the Duke himself had spoken. Lady de Courcy and Lady Clandidlem were both of them absolutely certain that the thing had been fully arranged. I am, therefore, perfectly justified in stating that the world was talking about the loves, the illicit loves, of Mr. Palliser and Lady Dumbello. And the talking of the world found its way down to that respectable country parsonage in which Lady Dumbello had been born, and from which she had been taken away to those noble halls which she now graced by her presence. The talking of the world was heard at Plumstead Episcopi, where still lived Archdeacon Grantley, the lady's father, and was heard also at the deanery of Barchester, where lived the lady's aunt and grandfather. By whose ill-mannered tongue the rumour was spread in these ecclesiastical regions, it boots not now to tell. But it may be remembered that Courcy Castle was not far from Barchester, and that Lady de Courcy was not given to hide her lights under a bushel. It was a terrible rumour. To what mother must not such a rumour respecting her daughter be very terrible? In no mother's ears could it have sounded more frightfully than it did in those of Mrs. Grantley. Lady Dumbello, the daughter, might be altogether worldly, but Mrs. Grantley had never been more than half worldly. In one moiety of her character, her habits, and her desires, she had been wedded to things good in themselves, to religion, to charity, and to honest-hearted uprightness. It is true that the circumstances of her life had induced her to serve both God and Mammon, and that, therefore, she had gloried greatly in the marriage of her daughter with the heir of a marquis. She had revelled in the aristocratic elevation of her child, though she continued to dispense books and catechisms with her own hands to the children of the labourers of Plumstead Episcopi. When Griselda first became Lady Dumbello, the mother feared somewhat lest her child should find herself unequal to the exigencies of her new position. But the child had proved herself more than equal to them, and had mounted up to a dizzy height of success, which brought to the mother great glory and great fear also. She delighted to think that her Griselda was great even among the daughters of marquises. But she trembled as she reflected how deadly would be the fall from such a height, should there ever be a fall. But she had never dreamed of such a fall as this. She would have said, indeed she often had said, to the Archdeacon that Griselda's religious principles were too firmly fixed to be moved by outward worldly matters, signifying, it may be, her conviction that that teaching of Plumstead Episcopi had so fastened her daughter into a groove that all the future teaching of Hartlebury would not suffice to undo the fastenings. When she had thus boasted, no such idea as that of her daughter running from her husband's house had ever come upon her, but she had alluded to vices of a nature kindred to that vice, to vices into which other aristocratic ladies sometimes fell who had been less firmly grooved, and her boastings had amounted to this, that she herself had so successfully served God and Mammon together, that her child might go forth and enjoy all worldly things without risk of damage to things heavenly. Then came upon her this rumour. The Archdeacon told her in a hoarse whisper that he had been recommended to look to it, that it was current through the world that Griselda was about to leave her husband. "Nothing on earth shall make me believe it," said Miss Grantley. But she sat alone in her drawing-room afterwards and trembled. Then came her sister, Mrs. Arabin, the dean's wife, over to the parsonage, and in half-hidden words told the same story. She had heard it from Miss Proudie, the bishop's wife. "That woman is as false as the father of falsehood," said Miss Grantley. But she trembled the more, and as she prepared her parish work could think of nothing but her child. What would be all her life to come? What would have been all that was past of her life, if this thing should happen to her? She would not believe it, but yet she trembled the more as she thought of her daughter's exultation, and remembered that such things had been done in that world to which Griselda now belonged. Ah, would it not have been better for them if they had not raised their heads so high? And she walked out alone among the tombs of the neighbouring churchyard, and stood over the grave in which had been laid the body of her other daughter. Could be it that the fate of that one had been the happier. Very few words were spoken on the subject between her and the Archdeacon, and yet it seemed agreed among them that something should be done. He went up to London and saw his daughter, not daring, however, to mention such a subject. Lord Dumbello was cross with him and very uncommunicative. Indeed, both the Archdeacon and Mrs. Grantley had found that their daughter's house was not comfortable to them, and as they were sufficiently proud among their own class, they had not cared to press themselves on the hospitality of their son-in-law. But he had been able to perceive that all was not right in the house of Carlton Gardens. Lord Dumbello was not gracious with his wife, and there was something in the silence rather than the speech of men which seemed to justify the report which had reached him. "He is there oftener than he should be," said the Archdeacon, "and I am sure of this at least, that Dumbello does not like it." "I will write to her," said Miss Grantley at last. "I am still her mother. I will write to her. It may be that she does not know what people say of her." And Mrs. Grantley did write. Plumstead, April, 1860 Dearest Griselda, It seems sometimes that you have been moved so far away from me that I have hardly a right to concern myself more in the affairs of your daily life, and I know that it is impossible that you should refer to me for advice or sympathy, as you would have done had you married some gentleman of our own standing. But I am quite sure that my child does not forget her mother, or fail to look back upon her mother's love, and that she will allow me to speak to her if she be in trouble, as I would to any other child whom I had loved and cherished. I pray God that I may be wrong in supposing that such trouble is near you. If I am so, you will forgive me my solicitude. Rumours have reached us from more than one quarter that, oh, Griselda, I hardly know in what words to conceal and yet to declare what I have to write. They say that you are intimate with Mr. Palliser, the nephew of the Duke, and that your husband is much offended. Perhaps I had better tell you all openly, cautioning you not to suppose that I have believed it. They say that it is thought that you are going to put yourself under Mr. Palliser's protection. My dearest child, I think you can imagine with what agony I write these words, with what terrible grief I must have been oppressed before I could have allowed myself to entertain the thoughts which have produced them. Such things are said openly in Barchester, and your father, who has been in town and has seen you, feels himself unable to tell me that my mind may be at rest. I will not say to you a word as to the injury in a worldly point of view which would come to you from any rupture with your husband. I believe that you can see what would be the effect of so terrible a step quite as plainly as I can show it you. You would break the heart of your father, and send your mother to her grave. But it is not even on that I may most insist. It is this, that you would offend your God by the worst sin that a woman can commit, and cast yourself into a depth of infamy in which repentance before God is almost impossible, and from which escape before man is not permitted. I do not believe it, my dearest, dearest child, my only living daughter. I do not believe what they have said to me. But as a mother I have not dared to leave the slander unnoticed. If you will write to me and say that it is not so, you will make me happy again, even though you should rebuke me for my suspicion. Believe that at all times and under all circumstances I am still your loving mother, as I was in other days. Susan Grantley. We will now go back to Mr. Palliser as he sat in his chambers at the Albany, thinking of his love. The Duke had cautioned him, and the Duke's agent had cautioned him, and he, in spite of his high feeling of independence, had almost been made to tremble. All his thousands a year were in the balance, and perhaps everything on which depended his position before the world. But, nevertheless, though he did tremble, he resolved to persevere. Statistics were becoming dry to him, and love was very sweet. Statistics, he thought, might be made as enchanting as ever, if only they could be mingled with love. The mere idea of loving Lady Dumbello had seemed to give a salt to his life, of which he did not now know how to rob himself. It is true that he had not as yet enjoyed many of the absolute blessings of love, seeing that his conversations with Lady Dumbello had never been warmer than those which have been repeated in these pages. But his imagination had been at work, and now that Lady Dumbello was fully established at her house in Carlton Gardens, he was determined to declare his passion on the first convenient opportunity. It was sufficiently manifest to him that the world expected him to do so, and that the world was already a little disposed to find fault with the slowness of his proceedings. He had been once at Carlton Gardens since the season had commenced, and the lady had favoured him with her sweetest smile. But he had only been half a minute alone with her, and during that half minute had only time to remark that he supposed she would now remain in London for the season. "Oh, yes," she had answered, "we shall not leave till July." Nor could he leave till July, because of the exigencies of his statistics. He therefore had before him 2, if not 3 clear months, in which to manoeuvre, to declare his purposes, and prepare for the future events of his life. As he resolved on a certain morning that he would say his first tender word to Lady Dumbello that very night, in the drawing-room of Lady De Courcy, where he knew that he should meet her, a letter came to him by the post. He well knew the hand and the intimation which it would contain. It was from the Duke's agent, Mr. Fothergill, and informed him that a certain sum of money had been placed to his credit at his banker's. But the letter went further, and informed him also that the Duke had given his agent to understand that special instructions would be necessary before the next quarterly payment could be made. Mr. Fothergill said nothing further, but Mr. Palliser understood it all. He felt his blood run cold round his heart, but, nevertheless, he determined that he would not break his word to Lady de Courcy that night. And Lady Dumbello received her letter also on the same morning. She was being dressed as she read it, and the maidens who attended her found no cause to suspect that anything in the letter had excited her ladyship. Her ladyship was not often excited, though she was vigilant in exacting from them their utmost cares. She read her letter, however, very carefully, and as she sat beneath the toilet implements of her maidens, thought deeply of the tidings which had been brought to her. She was angry with no one. She was thankful to no one. She felt no special love for any person concerned in the matter. Her heart did not say, "Oh, my lord and husband," or "Oh, my lover," or "Oh, my mother, the friend of my childhood." But she became aware that matter for thought had been brought before her, and she did think. "Send my love to Lord Dumbello," she said, when the operations were nearly completed, "and tell him that I shall be so glad to see him if he will come to me while I am at breakfast." "Yes, my lady." And then the message came back. His lordship would be with her ladyship, certainly. "Gustavus," she said, as soon as she had seated herself discreetly in her chair, "I have had a letter from my mother, which you had better read." And she handed to him the document. "I do not know what I have done to deserve such suspicions from her, but she lives in the country, and has probably been deceived by ill-natured people. At any rate, you must read it, and tell me what I should do." We may predicate from this that Mr. Palliser's chance of being able to shipwreck himself upon that rock was but small, and that he would, in spite of himself, be saved from his uncle's anger. Lord Dumbello took the letter and read it very slowly, standing, as he did so, with his back to the fire. He read it very slowly, and his wife, though she never turned her face directly upon his, could perceive that he became very red, that he was fluttered and put beyond himself, and that his answer was not ready. She was well aware that his conduct to her during the last 3 months had been much altered from his former usages, that he had been rougher with her in his speech when alone, and less courteous in his attention when in society. But she had made no complaint or spoken a word to show him that she had marked the change. She had known, moreover, the cause of his altered manner, and having considered much, had resolved that she would live it down. She had declared to herself that she had done no deed and spoken no word that justified suspicion, and therefore she would make no change in her ways, or show herself to be conscious that she was suspected. But now, having her mother's letter in her hand, she could bring him to an explanation without making him aware that she had ever thought that he had been jealous of her. To her, her mother's letter was a great assistance. It justified a scene like this, and enabled her to fight her battle after her own fashion. As for eloping with any Mr. Palliser, and giving up the position which she had won, no, indeed. She had been fastened in her grooves too well for that. Her mother, in entertaining any fear on such a subject, had shown herself to be ignorant of the solidity of her daughter's character. "Well, Gustavus," she said at last, "you must say what answer I shall make, or whether I shall make any answer." But he was not even yet ready to instruct her. So he unfolded the letter and read it again, and she poured out for herself a cup of tea. "It's a very serious matter," said he. "Yes, it is serious. I could not but think such a letter from my mother to be serious. Had it come from any one else, I doubt whether I should have troubled you, unless indeed it had been from any as near to you as she is to me. As it is, You cannot but feel that I am right. Right? Oh, yes, you are right. Quite right to tell me. You should tell me everything. Damn them! But whom he meant to condemn he did not explain. I am above all things averse to cause you trouble, she said. I have seen some little things of late. Has he ever said anything to you? Who, Mr. Palliser? Never a word. Has he hinted at nothing of this kind? Never a word. Had he done so, I must have made you understand that he could not have been allowed again into my drawing-room. Then again he read the letter, or pretended to do so. Your mother means well, he said. Oh, yes, she means well. She's been foolish to believe the tittle-tattle that has reached her, very foolish to oblige me to give you this annoyance. Oh, as for that, I'm not annoyed. By Jove, no. Come, Griselda, let us have it all out. Other people have said this, and I have been unhappy. Now you know it all. Have I made you unhappy? Well, no, not you. Don't be hard upon me when I tell you the whole truth. Fools and brutes have whispered things that have vexed me. They may whisper till the devil fetches them, but they shan't annoy me again. Give me a kiss, my girl. And he absolutely put out his arms and embraced her. Write a good-natured letter to your mother and ask her to come up for a week in May. That'll be the best thing, and then she'll understand. By Jove, it's 12 o'clock. Good-bye. Lady Dumbello was well aware that she had triumphed, and that her mother's letter had been invaluable to her. But it had been used, and therefore she did not read it again. She ate her breakfast in quiet comfort, looking over a milliner's French circular as she did so, and then, when the time for such an operation had fully come, she got to her writing-table and answered her mother's letter. Dear Mamma, she said, I thought it best to show your letter at once to Lord Dumbello. He said that people would be ill-natured, and seemed to think that the telling of such stories could not be helped. As regards you, he was not a bit angry, and said that you and Papa had better come to us for a week about the end of next month. Do come. We are to have rather a large dinner-party on the 23rd. His Royal Highness is coming, and I think Papa would like to meet him. Have you observed that those very high bonnets have all gone out? I never liked them, and as I had got a hint from Paris, I have been doing my best to put them down. I do hope nothing will prevent your coming. Your affectionate daughter, G. Dumbello. Carlton Gardens, Wednesday. Mrs. Grantly was aware, from the moment in which she received the letter, that she had wronged her daughter by her suspicions. It did not occur to her to disbelieve a word that was said in the letter, or an inference that was implied. She had been wrong, and rejoiced that it was so, but nevertheless there was that in the letter which annoyed and irritated her, though she could not explain to herself the cause of her annoyance. She had thrown all her heart into that which she had written, but in the words which her child had written not a vestige of heart was to be found. In that reconciling of God and Mammon which Miss Grantly had carried on so successfully in the education of her daughter, the organ had not been required, and had become withered, if not defunct, through want of use. "We will not go there, I think," said Mrs. Grantly, speaking to her husband. "Oh dear, no, certainly not. If you want to go to town at all, I will take rooms for you. And as for His Royal Highness, I have a great respect for His Royal Highness, but I do not in the least desire to meet him at Dumbello's table." And so that matter was settled, as regarded the inhabitants of Plumstead Episcopi. And whither did Lord Dumbello betake himself when he left his wife's room in so great a hurry at 12 o'clock? Not to the Park, nor to Tattersall's, nor to a committee room of the House of Commons, nor yet to the bow window of his club. But he went straight to a great jeweller's in Ludgate Hill, and there purchased a wonderful green necklace, very rare and curious, heavy with green sparkling drops, with 3 rows of shining green stones embedded in chased gold, a necklace amounting almost to a jewelled cuirass in weight and extent. It had been in all the exhibitions, and was very costly and magnificent. While Lady Dumbello was still dressing in the evening, this was brought to her with her lord's love, as his token of renewed confidence, and Lady Dumbello, as she counted the sparkles, triumphed inwardly, telling herself that she had played her cards well. But while she counted the sparkles produced by her full reconciliation with her lord, poor Plantagenet Palliser was still trembling in his ignorance. If only he could have been allowed to see Mrs. Grantley's letter, and the lady's answer, and the lord's present! But no such scene was vouchsafed to him, and he was carried off in his brougham to Lady De Courcy's house, twittering with expectant love, and trembling with expectant ruin. To this conclusion he had come, at any rate, that if anything was to be done, it should be done now. He would speak a word of love, and prepare his future in accordance with the acceptance it might receive. Lady De Courcy's rooms were very crowded when he arrived there. It was the first great crushing party of the season, and all the world had been collected into Portman Square. Lady De Courcy was smiling as though her lord had no teeth, as though her elder son's condition was quite happy, and all things were going well with the De Courcy interest. Lady Margaretta was there behind her, bland without and bitter within, and Lady Rosina also, at some further distance, reconciled to this world's vanity and finery, because there was to be no dancing. And the married daughters of the house were there also, striving to maintain their positions on the strength of their undoubted birth, but subjected to some snubbing by the lowness of their absolute circumstances. Gazeby was there, happy in the absolute fact of his connection with an earl, and blessed with the consideration that was extended to him as an earl's son-in-law. And Crosbie also was in the rooms, was present there, though he had sworn to himself that he would no longer dance attendance on the Countess, and that he would sever himself away from the wretchedness of the family. But if he gave up them and their ways, what else would then be left to him? He had come, therefore, and now stood alone, sullen in a corner, telling himself that all was vanity. Yes, to the vain all will be vanity, and to the poor of heart all will be poor. Lady Dumbello was there in a small inner room, seated on a couch to which she had been brought on her first arrival at the house, and on which she would remain till she departed. From time to time some very noble or very elevated personage would come before her and say a word, and she would answer that elevated personage with another word, but nobody had attempted with her the task of conversation. It was understood that Lady Dumbello did not converse, unless it were occasionally with Mr. Palliser. She knew well that Mr. Palliser was to meet her there. He had told her expressly that he should do so, having inquired with much solicitude whether she intended to obey the invitation of the Countess. "I shall probably be there," she had said, and now had determined that her mother's letter and her husband's conduct to her should not cause her to break her word. Should Mr. Palliser forget himself, she would know how to say a word to him, as she had known how to say a word to her husband. Forget himself! She was very sure that Mr. Palliser had been making up his mind to forget himself for some months past. He did come to her, and stood over her, looking unutterable things. His unutterable things, however, were so looked that they did not absolutely demand notice from the lady. He did not sigh like a furnace, nor open his eyes upon her as though there were two suns in the firmament above her head, nor did he beat his breast or tear his hair. Mr. Palliser had been brought up in a school which delights in tranquillity, and never allows its pupils to commit themselves either to the sublime or to the ridiculous. He did look an unutterable thing or two, but he did it with so decorous an eye that the lady, who was measuring it all with great accuracy, could not as yet declare that Mr. Palliser had forgotten himself. There was room by her on the couch, and once or twice at Hartlebury he had ventured so to seat himself. On the present occasion, however, he could not do so without placing himself manifestly on her dress. She would have known how to fill a larger couch even than that, as she would have known also how to make room, had it been her mind to do so. So he stood still over her, and she smiled at him. Such a smile! It was cold as death, flattering no one, saying nothing, hideous in its unmeaning, unreal grace. Ah, how I hate the smile of a woman who smiles by rote! It made Mr. Palliser feel very uncomfortable, but he did not analyze it, and persevered. "Lady Dumbello," he said, and his voice was very low, "I have been looking forward to meeting you here." "Have you, Mr. Palliser? Yes, I remember that you asked me whether I was coming." "I did. Lady Dumbello," and he almost trenched upon the outside verge of that schooling which had taught him to avoid both the sublime and the ridiculous. But he had not forgotten himself as yet, and so she smiled again. "Lady Dumbello, in this world in which we live, it is so hard to get a moment in which we can speak." He had thought that she would move her dress, but she did not. "Oh, I don't know," she said. "One doesn't often want to say very much, I think." "Ah, no, not often, perhaps, but when one does want. How I do hate these crowded rooms!" Yet, when he had been at Halterbury, he had resolved that the only ground for him would be the crowded drawing-room of some large London house. "I wonder whether you ever desire anything beyond them?" "Oh, yes," she said, "but I confess that I am fond of parties." Mr. Palliser looked round, and thought that he saw that he was unobserved. He had made up his mind as to what he would do, and he was determined to do it. He had in him none of that readiness which enables some men to make love and carry off their Dulcineas at a moment's notice, but he had that pluck which would have made himself disgraceful in his own eyes if he admitted to do that as to the doing of which he had made a solemn resolution. He would have preferred to do it sitting, but faute de mieux, seeing that a seat was denied to him, he would do it standing. "Griselda," he said, and it must be admitted that his tone was not bad. The words sank softly into her ear, like small rain upon moss, and it sank into no other ear. "Griselda." "Mr. Palliser," said she, and though she made no scene, though she merely glanced upon him once, he could see that he was wrong. "May I not call you so?" "Certainly not. Shall I ask you to see if my people are there?" He stood a moment before her, hesitating. "My carriage, I mean." As she gave the command, she glanced at him once again, and then he obeyed her orders. When he returned, she had left her seat, but he had heard her name announced on the stairs, and caught a glance of the back of her head as she made her way gracefully down through the crowd. He never attempted to make love to her again, utterly disappointing the hopes of Lady De Courcy, Mrs. Proudie, and Lady Clandidlem. As I would wish those who are interested in Mr. Palliser's fortune to know the ultimate result of this adventure, and as we shall not have space to return to his affairs in this little history, I may perhaps be allowed to press somewhat forward, and tell what fortune did for him before the close of that London season. Everybody knows that in that spring Lady Glencora McCluskey was brought out before the world, and it is equally well known that she, as the only child of the late Lord of the Isles, was the great heiress of the day. It is true that the hereditary possession of Skye, Staffa, Mull, Arran, and Bute went with the title to the Marquis of Auldreekie, together with the counties of Caithness and Rossshire. But the property in Fife, Aberdeen, Perth, and Kincardineshire, comprising the greater part of those counties, and the coal mines in Lanark, as well as the enormous estate within the city of Glasgow, were unentailed, and went to the Lady Glencora. She was a fair girl, with bright blue eyes and short, wavy, flaxen hair, very soft to the eye. The Lady Glencora was small in stature, and her happy round face lacked perhaps the highest grace of female beauty, but there was ever a smile upon it, at which it was very pleasant to look, and the intense interest with which she would dance and talk and follow up every amusement that was offered her was very charming. The horse she rode was the dearest love. Oh, she loved him so dearly. And she had a little dog that was almost as dear as the horse. The friend of her youth, Sabrina Scott, was, oh, such a girl! And her cousin, the little Lord of the Isles, the heir of the Marquis, was so gracious and beautiful that she was always covering him with kisses. Unfortunately, he was only 6, so that there was hardly a possibility that the properties should be brought together. But Lady Glencora, though she was so charming, had even in this, her first outset upon the world, given great uneasiness to her friends, and caused the Marquis of Auldreekie to be almost wild with dismay. There was a terribly handsome man about town, who had spent every shilling that anybody would give him, who was very fond of brandy, who is known but not trusted at Newmarket, who is said to be deep in every vice, whose father would not speak to him, and with him the Lady Glencora was never tired of dancing. One morning she had told her cousin the Marquis, with a flashing eye, for the round blue eye could flash, that Burgo Fitzgerald was more sinned against than sinning. Ah me, what was a guardian Marquis, anxious for the fate of the family property, to do under such circumstances as that? But before the end of the season the Marquis and the Duke were both happy men, and we will hope that the Lady Glencora also was satisfied. Mr. Plantagenet Palliser had danced with her twice, and had spoken his mind. He had an interview with the Marquis, which was preeminently satisfactory, and everything was settled. Glencora no doubt told him how she had accepted that plain gold ring from Burgo Fitzgerald, and how she had restored it, but I doubt whether she ever told him of that wavy lock of golden hair, which Burgo still keeps in his receptacle for such treasures. "Plantagenet," said the Duke, with quite unaccustomed warmth, "in this, as in all things, you have shown yourself to be everything that I could desire. I have told the Marquis that Matching Priory, with the whole estate, should be given over to you at once. It is the most comfortable country house I know. Glencora shall have the horns as her wedding present." But the genial, frank delight of Mr. Fothergill pleased Mr. Palliser the most. The heir of the Pallisers had done his duty, and Mr. Fothergill was unfeignedly a happy.
Chapter 56 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 56, showing how Mr. Crosbie became again a happy man. It has been told in the last chapter how Lady de Courcy gave a great party in London in the latter days of April, and it may therefore be thought that things were going well with the de Courcys, but I fear the inference would be untrue. At any rate, things were not going well with Lady Alexandrina, for she, on her mother's first arrival in town, had rushed to Portman Square with a long tale of her sufferings. "Oh, mamma, you would not believe it, but he hardly ever speaks to me." "My dear, there are worse faults in a man than that." "I am alone there all the day. I never get out. He never offers to get me a carriage. He asked me to walk with him once last week when it was raining. I saw that he waited till the rain began. Only think, I have not been out 3 evenings this month, except to Amelia's, and now he says he won't go there any more because a fly is so expensive. You can't believe how uncomfortable the house is." "I thought you chose it, my dear." "I looked at it, but of course I didn't know what a house ought to be. Amelia said it wasn't nice, but he would have it. He hates Amelia, I'm sure of that, for he says everything he can to snub her and Mr. Gazeby. Mr. Gazeby is as good as he, at any rate. What do you think? He's given Richard warning to go. You never saw him, but he was a very good servant. He has given him warning, and he's not talking of getting another man. I won't live with him without someone to wait upon me." My dearest girl, do not think of such a thing as leaving him." "But I will think of it, mamma. You do not know what my life is in that house. He never speaks to me, never. He comes home before dinner at 6:30, and when he has just shown himself, he goes to his dressing-room. He is always silent at dinner-time, and after dinner he goes to sleep. He breakfasts always at 9, and goes away at 9:30, though I know he does not get to his office till 11. If I want anything, he says that it cannot be afforded. I never thought before that he was stingy, but I am sure now that he must be a miser at heart." "It is better so than a thin spendthrift, Alexandrina." "I don't know that it is better. He could not make me more unhappy than I am. Unhappy is no word for it. What can I do, shut up in such a house as that by myself from 9 o'clock in the morning till 6 in the evening? Everybody knows what he is, so that nobody will come to see me. I tell you fairly, mamma, I will not stand it. If you cannot help me, I will look for help elsewhere." It may, at any rate, be said that things were not going well with that branch of the De Courcy family. Nor, indeed, was it going well with some other branches. Lord Porlock had married, not having selected his partner for life from the choicest cream of the aristocratic circles, and his mother, while endeavouring to say a word in his favour, had been so abused by the Earl that she had been driven to declare that she could no longer endure such usage. She had come up to London in direct opposition to his commands, while he was fastened to his room by gout, and had given her party in defiance of him, so that people should not say, when her back was turned, that she had slunk away in despair. "I have borne it," she said to Margaretta, "longer than any other woman in England would have done, while I thought that any of you would marry." "Oh, don't talk of that, mamma," said Margaretta, putting a little scorn into her voice. She had not been quite pleased that even her mother should intimate that all her chance was over, and yet she herself had often told her mother that she had given up all thought of marrying. "Rosina will go to Amelia's," the Countess continued. "Mr. Guestwick is quite satisfied that it should be so, and he will take care that she should have enough to cover her own expenses. I propose that you and I, dear, should go to Baden-Baden." "And about money, mamma?" "Oh, Mr. Guestwick must manage it. In spite of all that your father says, I know that there must be money. The expense will be much less so than in our present way." "And what will papa do himself?" "I cannot help it, my dear. No one knows what I have had to bear. Another year of it would kill me. His language has become worse and worse, and I fear every day that he is going to strike me with his crutch." Under all these circumstances it cannot be said that the De Courcy interests were prospering. But Lady De Courcy, when she had made up her mind to go to Baden-Baden, had by no means intended to take her youngest daughter with her. She had endured for years, and now Alexandrina was unable to endure for 6 months. Her chief grievance, moreover, was this, that her husband was silent. The mother felt that no woman had a right to complain much of any such sorrow as that. If her Earl had sinned only in that way, she would have only been content to have remained by him till the last. And yet I do not know whether Alexandrina's life was not quite as hard as that of her mother. She barely exceeded the truth when she said that he never spoke to her. The hours with her in her new comfortless house were very long and very tedious. Marriage with her had by no means been the thing that she had expected. At home, with her mother, there had always been people around her, but they had not always been such as she herself would have chosen for her companions. She had thought that, when married, she could choose and have those about her who were congenial to her, but she found that none came to her. Her sister, who was a wiser woman than she, had begun her married life with a definite idea, and had carried it out, but this poor creature found herself, as it were, stranded. When once she had conceived it in her heart to feel anger against her husband, and she had done so before they had been a week together, there was no love to bring her back to him again. She did not know that it behoved her to look pleased when he entered the room, and to make him at any rate think that his presence gave her happiness. She became gloomy before she reached her new house, and never laid her gloom aside. He would have made a struggle for some domestic comfort, had any seemed to be within his reach. As it was, he struggled for domestic propriety, believing that he might so best bolster up his present lot in life. But the task became harder and harder to him, and the gloom became denser and more dense. He did not think of her unhappiness, but of his own, as she did not think of his tedium, but of hers. If this be domestic felicity, he would say to himself as he sat in his armchair, striving to fix his attention upon a book. If this be the happiness of married life, she thought, as she remained listless, without even the pretence of a book behind her teacups. In truth, she would not walk with him, not caring for such exercise round the pavement of a London square, and he had resolutely determined that she should not run into debt for carriage hire. He was not a curmudgeon with his money, he was no miser, but he had found that in marrying an earl's daughter he had made himself a poor man, and he was resolved that he would not also be an embarrassed man. When the bride heard that her mother and sister were about to escape to Baden-Baden, there rushed upon her a sudden hope that she might be able to accompany the flight. She would not be parted from her husband, or at least not so parted that the world should suppose that they had quarrelled. She would simply go away and make a long visit, a very long visit. 2 years ago a sojourn with her mother and Margaretta at Baden-Baden would not have offered to her much that was attractive. But now, in her eyes, such a life seemed to be a life in paradise. In truth, the tedium of those hours in Princess Royal Crescent had been very heavy. But how could she contrive that it should be so? That conversation with her mother had taken place on the day preceding the party, and Lady de Courcy had repeated it, with dismay, to Margaretta. "Of course he would allow her an income," Margaretta had coolly said. "But, my dear, they have been married only 10 weeks. "I don't see why people are to be made absolutely wretched because they are married," Margaretta answered. "I don't want to persuade her to leave him, but if what she says is true, it must be very uncomfortable." Crosbie had consented to go to the party in Portman Square, but had not greatly enjoyed himself on that festive occasion. He had struck about moodily, speaking hardly a word to anyone. His whole aspect of life seemed to have been altered during the last few months. It was here, in such spots as this, that he had been used to find his glory. On such occasions he had shone with peculiar light, making envious the hearts of many who watched the brilliance of his career as they stood around in dull quiescence. But now no one in those rooms had been more dull, more silent, or less courted than he. And yet he was established there as the son-in-law of that noble house. "Rather slow work, isn't it?" Gaesby had said to him, having after many efforts succeeded in reaching his brother-in-law in a corner. In answer to this, Crosbie only grunted. "As for myself," continued Gaesby, "I would a deal sooner be at home with my paper and slippers. Seems to me these sort of gatherings don't suit married men." Crosbie had again grunted, and had then escaped into another corner. Crosbie and his wife went home together in a cab, speechless, both of them. Alexandrina hated cabs, but she had been plainly told that in such vehicles, and in such vehicles only, could she be allowed to travel. On the following morning he was at the breakfast-table punctually by 9, but she did not make her appearance till after he had gone to his office. Soon after that, however, she was away to her mother and her sister, but she was seated grimly in her drawing-room when he came in to see her on his return to his house. Having said some word which might be taken for a greeting, he was about to retire, but she stopped him with a request that he would speak to her. "Certainly," said he. "I was only going to dress. It's nearly the half-hour." "I won't keep you very long, and if dinner is a few minutes late it won't signify. Mamma and Margaretta are going to Baden-Baden." "To Baden-Baden, are they?" "Yes, and they intend to remain there for a considerable time." There was a little pause, and Alexandrina found it necessary to clear her voice and to prepare herself for further speech by a little cough. She was determined to make her proposition, but was rather afraid of the manner in which it might be first received. "Has anything happened at Courcy Castle?" Crosbie asked. "No. That is, yes, there may have been some words between papa and mamma, but I don't quite know. That, however, does not matter now. Mamma is going, and purposes to remain there for the rest of the year." "And the house in town will be given up?" "I suppose so, but that will be as papa chooses. Have you any objection to my going with mamma?" What a question to be asked by a bride of 10 weeks' standing! She had hardly been above a month with her husband in her new house, and she was now asking permission to leave it, and to leave him also for an indefinite number of months, perhaps for ever. But she showed no excitement as she made her request. There was neither sorrow, nor regret, nor hope in her face. She had not put on half the animation which she had once assumed in asking for the use, twice a week, of a carriage done up to look as though it were her own private possession. Crosbie had then answered her with great sternness, and she had wept when his refusal was made certain to her. But there was to be no weeping now. She meant to go, with his permission if he would accord it, and without it if he should refuse it. The question of money was no doubt important, but Guestwick should manage that, as he managed all those things. "Going with them to Baden-Baden?" said Crosbie. "For how long?" "Well, it will be no use unless it were for some time." "For how long a time do you mean, Alexandrina? Speak out what you really have to say. For a month?" "Oh, more than that." "For 2 months, or 6, or as long as they may stay there?" "We could settle that afterwards, when I am there." During all this time she did not once look into his face, though he was looking hard at her throughout. "You mean," said he, "that you wish to go away from me?" "In one sense it would be going away, certainly." "But in the ordinary sense, is it not so? When you talk of going to Baden-Baden for an unlimited number of months, have you any idea of coming back again?" "Back to London, you mean?" "Back to me, to my house, to your duties as a wife. Why cannot you say at once what it is you want? You wish to be separated from me?" "I am not happy here, in this house." "And who chose the house? Did I want to come here? But it is not that. If you are not happy here, what could you have in any other house to make you happy?" "If you were left alone in this room for 7 or 8 hours at a time without a soul to come to you, you would know what I mean. And even after that it is not much better. You never speak to me when you are here." "Is it my fault that nobody comes to you? The fact is, Alexandrina, that you will not reconcile yourself to the manner of life which is suitable to my income. You are wretched because you cannot have yourself driven round the park. I cannot find you a carriage, and will not attempt to do so. You may go to Baden-Baden if you please, that is, if your mother is willing to take you." "Of course, I must pay my own expenses," said Alexandrina. But to this he made no answer on the moment. As soon as he had given his permission, he had risen from his seat and was going, and her last words only caught him in the doorway. After all, would not this be the cheapest arrangement that he could make? As he went through his calculations, he stood up, with his elbow on the mantelpiece, in his dressing-room. He had scolded his wife because she had been unhappy with him. But had he not been quite as unhappy with her, would it not be better that they should part in this quiet, half unnoticed way, that they should part and never come again together? He was lucky in this, that hitherto had come upon them no prospect of any little Crosbie to mar the advantages of such an arrangement. If he gave her 400 a year and allowed Guestwick 2 more towards the paying off of encumbrances, he would still have 6 on which to enjoy himself in London. Of course, he could not live as he had lived in those happy days before his marriage, nor, independently of the cost, would such a mode of life be within his reach. But he might go to his club for his dinners. He might smoke his cigar in luxury. He would not be bound to that wooden home, which, in spite of all his resolutions, had become almost unendurable to him. So he made his calculations, and found that it would be well that his bride should go. He would give over his house and furniture to Gazeby, allowing Gazeby to do as he would about that. To be once more a bachelor, in lodgings, with 600 a year to spend on himself, seemed to him now such a prospect of happiness that he almost became light-hearted as he dressed himself. He would let her go to Baden-Baden. There was nothing said about it at dinner, nor did he mention the subject again till the servants had left the tea-things on the drawing-room table. "You can go with your mother if you like it," he then said. "I think it will be best," she answered. "Perhaps it will. At any rate, you shall suit yourself." "And about money?" "You'd better leave me to speak to Gazeby about that." "Very well. Will you have some tea?" And then the whole thing was finished. On the next day she went after lunch to her mother's house, and never came back again to Princess Royal Crescent. During that morning she packed up those things which she cared to pack herself, and sent her sisters there with an old family servant to bring away whatever else might be supposed to belong to her. "Dear, dear," said Amelia, "what trouble I had in getting these things together for them, and only the other day. I can't but think she's wrong to go away." "Oh, I don't know," said Margaretta. "She's not been so lucky as you have in the man she has married. I always felt that she would find it difficult to manage him." "But, my dear, she has not tried. She has given up at once. It isn't management that was wanting. The fact is that when Alexandrina began, she didn't make up her mind to the kind of thing she was coming to. I did. I knew it wasn't to be all party-going and that sort of thing. But I must own that Crosbie isn't the same sort of man as Mortimer. I don't think I could have gone on with him. You might as well have those small books put up. He won't care about them." And in this way Crosbie's house was dismantled. She saw him no more, for he made no farewell visit to the house in Portman Square. A note had been brought to him at his office. "I am here with Mamma, and may as well say good-bye now. We start on Tuesday. If you wish to write, you can send your letters to the housekeeper here. I hope you have made yourself comfortable, and that you will be well. Yours affectionately, A. C." He made no answer to it, but went that day and dined at his club. "I haven't seen you this age," said Montgomery Dobbs. "No, my wife is going abroad with her mother, and while she is away I shall come back here again." There was nothing more said to him, and no one ever made any inquiry about his domestic affairs. It seemed to him now as though he had no friend sufficiently intimate with him to ask him after his wife or family. She was gone, and in a month's time he found himself again in Mount Street, beginning the world with 500 a year, not 6. For Mr. Gazeby, when the reckoning came, showed him that a larger income at the present moment was not possible for him. The Countess had for a long time refused to let Lady Alexandrina go with her on so small a pittance as 450, and then were not the insurances to be maintained? But I think he would have consented to
Chapter 57 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 57. Lilian Dale vanquishes her mother. Mrs. Dale had been present during the interview in which John Eames had made his prayer to her daughter, but she had said little or nothing on that occasion. All her wishes had been in favour of the suitor, but she had not dared to express them, neither had she dared to leave the room. It had been hard upon him to be thus forced to declare his love in the presence of a third person, but he had done it, and had gone away with his answer. Then, when the thing was over, Lily, without any communion with her mother, took herself off, and was no more seen till the evening hours had come on, in which it was natural that they should be together again. Mrs. Dale, when thus alone, had been able to think of nothing but this new suit for her daughter's hand. If only it might be accomplished! If any words from her to Lily might be efficacious to such an end! And yet, hitherto, she had been afraid almost to utter a word. She knew that it was very difficult. She declared to herself over and over that he had come too soon, that the attempt had been made too quickly after that other shipwreck. How was it possible that the ship should put to sea again at once, with all her timbers so rudely strained? And yet, now that the attempt had been made, now that Eames had uttered his request and been sent away with an answer, she felt that she must at once speak to Lily on the subject, if ever she were to speak upon it. She thought that she understood her child and all her feelings. She recognized the violence of the shock which must be encountered before Lily could be brought to acknowledge such a change in her heart. But if the thing could be done, Lily would be a happy woman. When once done, it would be in all respects a blessing. And if it were not done, might not Lily's life be blank, lonely, and loveless to the end? Yet when Lily came down in the evening with some light, half-choking word on her lips, as was usual to her, Mrs. Dale was still afraid to venture upon her task. "I suppose, mamma, we may consider it as a settled thing that everything must be again unpacked, and that the lodging scheme will be given up." "I don't know that, my dear." "Oh, but I do. After what you said just now, what geese everybody will think us." "I shouldn't care a bit for that if we didn't think ourselves geese, or if your uncle did not think us so." "I believe he would think we were swans. If I had ever thought he would be so much in earnest about it, or that he would ever have cared about our being here, I would never have voted for going. But he is so strange. He is affectionate when he ought to be angry, and ill-natured when he ought to be gentle and kind." "He has, at any rate, given us reason to feel sure of his affection." "For us girls, I never doubted it. But, mamma, I don't think I could face Mrs. Boyce. Mrs. Hearn and Mrs. Crump would be very bad, and Hopkins would come down upon us terribly when he found that we had given way. But Mrs. Boyce would be worse than any of them. Can't you fancy the tone of her congratulations?" "I think I should survive Mrs. Boyce." "Ah, yes, because we should have to go and tell her. I know your cowardice of old, mamma, don't I? And Belle wouldn't care a bit, because of her lover. Mrs. Boyce will be nothing to her. It is I that must bear it all. Well, I don't mind. I'll vote for staying if you will promise to be happy here." "Oh, mamma, I'll vote for anything if you will be happy." "And will you be happy?" "Yes, as happy as the day is long. Only I know we shall never see Belle. People never do see each other when they live just at that distance. It's too near for long visits and too far for short visits. I'll tell you what. We might make arrangements each to walk half-way and meet at the corner of Lord De Guest's wood. I wonder whether they'd let us put up a seat there. I think we might have a little house and carry sandwiches and a bottle of beer. Couldn't we see something of each other in that way?" Thus it came to be the fixed idea of both of them that they would abandon their plan of migrating to Guestwick, and on this subject they continued to talk over their tea-table. But on that evening Mrs. Dale ventured to say nothing about John Eames. But they did not even yet dare to commence the work of reconstructing their old home. Belle must come back before they would do that, and the express assent of the squire must be formally obtained. Mrs. Dale must, in a degree, acknowledge herself to have been wrong, and ask to be forgiven for her contumacy. "I suppose the three of us had better go up in sackcloth and throw ashes on our foreheads as we meet Hopkins in the gardens," said Lily. "And then I know he'll heap coals of fire on our heads by sending us an early dish of peas, and Dingles would bring us in a pheasant, only that pheasants don't grow in May. If the sackcloth doesn't take an unpleasanter shape than that, I shan't mind it." "That's because you've got no delicate feelings. And then Uncle Christopher's gratitude." "Ah, I shall feel that." "But, mamma, we'll wait till Belle comes home. She shall decide. She is going away, and therefore she'll be free from prejudice. If uncle offers to paint the house, and I know he will, then I shall be humbled to the dust." But yet Mrs. Dale had said nothing on the subject which was nearest to her heart. When Lily in pleasantry had accused her of cowardice, her mind had instantly gone off to that other matter, and she had told herself that she was a coward. Why should she be afraid of offering her counsel to her own child? It seemed to her as though she had neglected some duty in allowing Crosbie's conduct to have passed away without hardly a word of comment on it between herself and Lily. Should she not have forced upon her daughter's conviction the fact that Crosbie had been a villain, and as such should be discarded from her heart? As it was, Lily had spoken the simple truth when she told John Eames that she was dealing more openly with him on that affair of her engagement than she had ever dealt even with her mother. Thinking of this as she sat in her own room that night, before she allowed herself to rest, Mrs. Dale resolved that on the next morning she would endeavour to make Lily see as she saw and think as she thought. She let breakfast pass by before she began her task, and even then she did not rush at it at once. Lily sat herself down to her work when the teacups were taken away, and Mrs. Dale went down to her kitchen, as was her wont. It was nearly 11 before she seated herself in the parlour, and even then she got her work-box before her and took out her needle. "I wonder how Belle gets on with Lady Julia," said Lily. "Very well, I'm sure. Lady Julia won't bite her, I know, and I suppose her dismay at the tall footman has passed off by this time." "I don't know that they have any tall footmen." "Short footmen, then. You know what I mean, all the noble belongings. They must startle one at first, I'm sure, let one determine ever so much not to be startled. It's a very mean thing, no doubt, to be afraid of a lord merely because he is a lord. Yet I'm sure I should be afraid at first, even of Lord De Guest, if I were staying in the house." "It's well you didn't go then." "Yes, I think it is. Belle is of a firmer mind, and I dare say she'll get over it after the first day. But what on earth does she do there? I wonder whether they mend their stockings in such a house as that." "Not in public, I should think." "In very grand houses they throw them away at once, I suppose. I've often thought about it. Do you believe the Prime Minister ever has his shoes sent to a cobbler?" "Perhaps a regular shoemaker will condescend to mend a Prime Minister's shoes." "You do think they are mended, then? But who orders it? Does he see himself when there's a little hole coming, as I do? Does an archbishop allow himself so many pairs of gloves in a year?" "Not very strictly, I should think." "Then I suppose it comes to this, that he has a new pair whenever he wants them. But what constitutes the want? Does he ever say to himself that they'll do for another Sunday? I remember the bishop coming here once, and he had a hole at the end of his thumb. I was going to be confirmed, and I remember thinking that he ought to have been smarter." "Why didn't you offer to mend it?" "I shouldn't have dared for all the world." The conversation had commenced itself in a manner that did not promise much assistance to Mrs. Dale's project. When Lily got upon any subject she was not easily induced to leave it, and when her mind had twisted itself in one direction it was difficult to untwist it. She was now bent on a consideration of the smaller social habits of the high and mighty among us, and was asking her mother whether she supposed that the royal children ever carried halfpence in their pockets, or descended so low as fourpenny bits. "I suppose they have pockets like other children," said Lily. But her mother stopped her suddenly. "Lily, dear, I want to say something to you about John Eames." "Mamma, I'd sooner talk about the royal family just at present." "But, dear, you must forgive me if I persist. I have thought much about it, and I'm sure you will not oppose me when I am doing what I think to be my duty." "No, mamma, I won't oppose you, certainly." "Since Mr. Crosbie's conduct was made known to you, I have mentioned his name in your hearing very seldom." "No, mamma, you have not. And I have loved you so dearly for your goodness to me. Do not think that I have not understood and known how generous you have been. No other mother ever was so good as you have been. I have known it all, and thought of it every day of my life, and thanked you in my heart for your trusting silence. Of course I understand your feelings. You think him bad, and you hate him for what he has done." "I would not willingly hate any one, Lily." "Ah, but you do hate him. If I were you I should hate him. But I am not you, and I love him. I pray for his happiness every night and morning, and for hers. I have forgiven him altogether, and I think that he was right. When I am old enough to do so without being wrong, I will go to him and tell him so. I should like to hear of all his doings and all his success, if it were only possible. How then can you and I talk about him? It is impossible. You have been silent, and I have been silent. Let us remain silent." "It is not about Mr. Crosbie that I wish to speak, but I think you ought to understand that conduct such as his will be rebuked by all the world. You may forgive him, but you should acknowledge—" "Mamma, I don't want to acknowledge anything, not about him. There are things as to which a person cannot argue." Mrs. Dale felt that this present matter was one as to which she could not argue. "Of course, mamma," continued Lily, "I don't want to oppose you in anything, but I think we had better be silent about this." "Of course I am thinking only of your future happiness." "I know you are, but pray believe me that you need not be alarmed. I do not mean to be unhappy. Indeed, I think I may say I am not unhappy. Of course I have been unhappy, very unhappy. I did think that my heart would break. But that has passed away, and I believe I can be as happy as my neighbours. We're all of us sure to have some troubles, as you used to tell us when we were children." Mrs. Dale felt that she had begun wrong, and that she would have been able to make better progress had she omitted all mention of Crosbie's name. She knew exactly what it was that she wished to say, what were the arguments which she desired to expound before her daughter, but she did not know what language to use, or how she might best put her thoughts into words. She paused for a while, and Lily went on with her work as though the conversation was over. But the conversation was not over. "It was about John Eames, and not about Mr. Crosbie, that I wished to speak to you." "Oh, mamma!" "My dear, you must not hinder me in doing what I think to be a duty. I heard what he said to you, and what you replied, and of course I cannot but have my mind full of the subject. Why should you set yourself against him in so fixed a manner?" "Because I love another man." These words she spoke out loud, in a steady, almost dogged tone, with a certain show of audacity, as though aware that the declaration was unseemly, but resolved that, though unseemly, it must be made. "But, Lily, that love from its very nature must cease. Or rather, such love is not the same as that you felt when you thought that you were to be his wife." "Yes, it is. If she died and he came to me in 5 years' time, I would still take him. I should think myself constrained to take him. But she is not dead, nor likely to die. That makes no difference. You don't understand me, mamma. I think I do. And I want you to understand me also. I know how difficult is your position. I know what your feelings are. But I know this also, that if you could reason with yourself, and bring yourself in time to receive John Eames as a dear friend— I did receive him as a dear friend. Why not? He is a dear friend. I love him heartily, as you do. You know what I mean? Yes, I do, and I tell you it is impossible. If you would make the attempt, all this misery would soon be forgotten. If once you could bring yourself to regard him as a friend who might become your husband, all this would be changed, and I should see you happy. You are strangely anxious to be rid of me, mamma. Yes, Lily, to be rid of you in that way. If I could see you put your hand in his as his promised wife, I think that I should be the happiest woman in the world. Mamma, I cannot make you happy in that way. If you really understood my feelings, my doing as you propose would make you very unhappy. I should commit a great sin, the sin against which women should be more guarded than against any other. In my heart I am married to that other man. I gave myself to him, and loved him, and rejoiced in his love. When he kissed me, I kissed him again, and I longed for his kisses. I seemed to live only that he might caress me. All that time I never felt myself to be wrong, because he was all in all to me. I was his own. That has been changed, to my great misfortune, but it cannot be undone or forgotten. I cannot be the girl I was before he came here. There are things that will not have themselves buried and put out of sight, as though they had never been. I am, as you are, mamma, widowed. But you have your daughter, and I have my mother. If you will be contented, so will I. Then she got up and threw herself on her mother's neck. Mrs. Dale's argument was over now. To such an appeal as that last made by Lily, no rejoinder on her part was possible. After that she was driven to acknowledge to herself that she must be silent. Years, as they rolled on, might make a change, but no reasoning could be of avail. She embraced her daughter, weeping over her, whereas Lily's eyes were dry. "It shall be as you will," Mrs. Dale murmured. "Yes, as I will. I shall have my own way, shall I not? That is all I want, to be a tyrant over you, and make you do my bidding in everything, as a well-behaved mother should do. But I won't be stern in my orderings. If you will only be obedient, I will be so gracious to you. There's Hopkins again. I wonder whether he has come to knock us down and trample upon us with another speech." Hopkins knew very well to which window he must come, as only one of the rooms was at the present time habitable. He came up to the dining-room, and almost flattened his nose against the glass. "Well, Hopkins," said Lily, "here we are." Mrs. Dale had turned her face away, for she knew that the tears were still on her cheek. "Yes, miss, I see you. I want to speak to your mamma, miss." "Come round," said Lily, anxious to spare her mother the necessity of showing herself at once. "It's too cold to open the window. Come round, and I'll open the door." "Too cold," muttered Hopkins as he went. "They'll find it a deal colder in lodgings at Guestwick." However, he went round through the kitchen, and Lily met him in the hall. "Well, Hopkins, what is it? Mamma has got a headache." "Got a headache, has she? I won't make her headache no worse. It's my opinion that there's nothing for a headache so good as fresh air. Only some people can't abear to be blowed upon, not for a minute. If you don't let down the lights in a greenhouse more or less every day, you'll never get any plants. Never. And it's just the same with the grapes. Is I to go back and say as how I couldn't see her?" "You can come in if you like, only be quiet, you know." "Ain't I allus quiet, miss? Did anybody ever hear me rampage? If you please, ma'am, the squire's come home." "What, home from Guestwick? Has he brought Miss Bell?" "He ain't brought none but hisself, 'cause he come on horseback, and it's my belief he's going back almost immediate. But he wants you to come to him, Mrs. Dale." "Oh yes, I'll come at once." "He bade me say with his kind love. I don't know whether that makes any difference." "At any rate I'll come, Hopkins." "And I ain't to say nothing about the headache?" "About what?" said Mrs. Dale. "No, no, no," said Lily. "Mamma will be there at once. Go and tell my uncle, there's a good man." And she put up her hand and backed him out of the room. "I don't believe she's got no headache at all," said Hopkins, grumbling, as he returned through the back premises. "What lies gentlefolks do tell! If I said I'd a headache when I ought to be out among the things, what would they say to me? But a poor man mustn't never lie, nor yet drink, nor yet do nothing." And so he went back with his message. "What can have brought your uncle home?" said Mrs. Dale. "Just to look after the cattle and to see that the pigs are not all dead. My wonder is that he should ever have gone away." "I must go up to him at once." "Oh yes, of course." "And what shall I say about the house?" "It's not about that, at least I think not. I don't think he'll speak about that again till you speak to him." "But if he does?" "You must put your trust in Providence. Declare you've got a bad headache, as I told Hopkins just now, only you would throw me over by not understanding. I'll walk with you down to the bridge." So they went off together across the lawn. But Lily was soon left alone, and continued her walk, waiting for her mother's return. As she went round and round the gravel paths, she thought of the words that she had said to her mother. She had declared that she also was widowed. And so it should be, she said, debating the matter with herself. What can a heart be worth if it can be transferred hither and thither, as circumstances and convenience and comfort may require? When he held me here in his arms, and as the thoughts ran through her brain, she remembered the very spot on which they had stood. "Oh, my love," she had said to him then, as she returned his kisses. "Oh, my love, my love, my love." When he held me here in his arms, I told myself that it was right, because he was my husband. He has changed, but I have not. It might be that I should have ceased to love him, and then I should have told him so. I should have done as he did. But as she came to this, she shuddered, thinking of the Lady Alexandrina. "It was very quick," she said, still speaking to herself. "Very, very, but then men are not the same as women." And she walked on eagerly, hardly remembering where she was, thinking over it all as she did daily, remembering every little thought and word of those few eventful months in which she had learned to regard Crosbie as her husband and master. She had declared that she had conquered her unhappiness, but there were moments in which she was almost wild with misery. "Tell me to forget him," she said. "It is the one thing which will never be forgotten." At last she heard her mother's step coming down across the squire's garden, and she took up her post at the bridge. "Stand and deliver," she said, as her mother put her foot upon the plank. "That is, if you've got anything worth delivering. Is it?" Chapter 58 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 58. The Fate of the Small House. There was something in the tone of Mrs. Dale's voice as she desired her daughter to come up to the house and declared that her budget of news should be opened there, which at once silenced Lily's assumed pleasantry. Her mother had been away fully 2 hours, during which Lily had still continued her walk round the garden, till at last she had become impatient for her mother's footstep. Something serious must have been said between her uncle and her mother during those long 2 hours. The interviews to which Mrs. Dale was occasionally summoned at the great house did not usually exceed 20 minutes, and the upshot would be communicated to the girls in a turn or two round the garden. But in the present instance Mrs. Dale positively declined to speak till she was seated within the house. "Did he come over on purpose to see you, mamma?" "Yes, my dear, I believe so. He wished to see you too, but I asked his permission to postpone that till after I had talked to you." "To see me, mamma? About what?" "To kiss you and bid you love him, solely for that." "He has not a word to say to you that will vex you." "Then I will kiss him and love him too." "Yes, you will when I have told you all. I have promised him solemnly to give up all idea of going to Guestwick, so that is over." Oh, and we may begin to unpack at once? What an episode in one's life!" "We may certainly unpack, for I have pledged myself to him, and he is to go into Guestwick himself and arrange about the lodgings." "Does Hopkins know it?" "I should think not yet." "Nor Mrs. Boyce. Mamma, I don't believe I shall be able to survive this next week. We shall look such fools." "I'll tell you what we'll do. It will be the only comfort I can have. We'll go to work and get everything back into its place before Belle comes home, so as to surprise her." "What, in 2 days?" "Why not? I'll make Hopkins come and help, and then he'll not be so bad. I'll begin at once and go to the blankets and beds, because I can undo them myself." "But I haven't half told you all, and indeed I don't know how to make you understand what passed between us. He is very unhappy about Bernard. Bernard has determined to go abroad, and may be away for years." "One can hardly blame a man for following up his profession." "There was no blaming. He only said that it was very sad for him that, in his old age, he should be left alone. This was before there was any talk about our remaining. Indeed, he seemed determined not to ask that again as a favour. I could see that in his eye, and I understood it from his tone. He went on to speak of you and Belle, saying how well he loved you both, but that, unfortunately, his hopes regarding you had not been fulfilled." "Ah, but he shouldn't have had hopes of that sort." "Listen, my dear, and I think that you will not feel angry with him. He said that he felt his house had never been pleasant to you." Then there followed words which I could not repeat even if I could remember them. He said much about myself, regretting that the feeling between us had not been more kindly. "But my heart," he said, "has ever been kinder than my words." Then I got up from where I was seated, and going over to him, I told him that we would remain here. "And what did he say?" "I don't know what he said. I know that I was crying, and that he kissed me. It was the first time in his life. I know that he was pleased, beyond measure pleased. After a while he became animated, and talked of doing ever so many things. He promised that very painting of which you spoke." "Ah, yes, I knew it. And Hopkins will be here with the peas before dinner time to-morrow, and Dingles with his shoulders smothered with rabbits. And then Mrs. Boyce. Mamma, he didn't think of Mrs. Boyce, or in very charity of heart he would still have maintained his sadness." "Then he did not think of her, for when I left him he was not at all sad. But I haven't told you half yet." "Dear me, mamma." Was there more than that? And I've told it all wrong, for what I've got to tell now was said before a word was spoken about the house. He brought it in just after what he said about Bernard. He said that Bernard would, of course, be his heir. Of course he will. And that he should think it wrong to encumber the property with any charges for you girls. Mamma, did anyone ever— Stop, Lily, stop, and make your heart kinder towards him if you can. It is kind. Only I hate to be told that I'm not to have a lot of money, as though I had ever shown a desire for it. I have never envied Bernard, his manservant, or his maidservant, or his ox, or his ass, or anything that is his. To tell the truth, I didn't even wish it to be Belle's, because I knew well that there was somebody she would like a great deal better than ever she could like Bernard. I shall never get to the end of my story. Yes, you will, Mamma, if you persevere. The long and the short of it is this, that he has given Belle £3,000, and has given you 3,000 also. But why me, Mamma? Said Lily, and the colour of her cheeks became red as she spoke. There should have possibly been nothing more said about John Eames, but whatever might or might not be the necessity of speaking, at any rate let there be no mistake. But why me, Mamma? Because, as he explained to me, he thinks it right to do the same by each of you. The money is yours at this moment, to buy hairpins with, if you please. I had no idea that he could command so large a sum. £3,000! The last money he gave me was £half-a-crown, and I thought that he was so stingy. I particularly wanted 10 shillings. I should have liked it so much better now if he had given me a nice new £5 note. You'd better tell him so. No, because then he'd give me that too. But with £5 I should have the feeling that I might do what I liked with it. Buy a dressing case and a thing for a squirrel to run round in. But nobody ever gives girls money like that so that they can enjoy it. Oh, Lily, you ungrateful child. No, I deny it. I'm not ungrateful. I'm very grateful because his heart was softened, and because he cried and kissed you. I'll be ever so good to him. But how I'm to thank him for giving me £3,000 I cannot think. It's a sort of thing altogether beyond my line of life. It sounds like something that's to come to me in another world, but which I don't want quite yet. I am grateful, but with a misty, hazy sort of gratitude. Can you tell me how soon I shall have a new pair of Balmoral boots because of this money? If that were brought home to me, I think it would enliven my gratitude. The squire, as he rode back to Guestwick, fell again from that animation which Mrs. Dale had described into his natural sombre mood. He thought much of his past life, declaring to himself the truth of those words in which he had told his sister-in-law that his heart had ever been kinder than his words. But the world, and all those nearest to him in the world, had judged him always by his words rather than by his heart. They had taken the appearance, which he could not command or alter, rather than the facts of which he had been the master. Had he not been good to all his relations? And yet was there one among them that cared for him? "I'm almost sorry that they are going to stay," he said to himself. "I know that I shall disappoint them." Yet when he met Belle at the manor house he accosted her cheerily, telling her with much appearance of satisfaction that flitting into Guestwick was not to be accomplished. "I am so glad," said she. "It is long since I wished it." "And I do not think your mother wishes it now." "I am sure she does not. It was all a misunderstanding from the first. When some of us could not do all that you wished, we thought it better—" Then Belle paused, finding that she would get herself into a mess if she persevered. "We will not say any more about it," said the squire. The thing is over, and I am glad that it should be so pleasantly settled. I was talking to Dr. Crofts yesterday." "Were you, uncle?" "Yes, and he is to come and stay with me the day before he is married. We have arranged it all, and we'll have the breakfast up at the Great House. Only you must fix the day. I should say sometime in May. And, my dear, you'll want to make yourself fine. Here's a little money for you. You are to spend that before your marriage, you know." Then he shambled away, and as soon as he was alone, again became sad and despondent. He was a man for whom we may predicate some gentle sadness and continued despondency to the end of his life's chapter. We left John Eames in the custody of Lady Julia, who had overtaken him in the act of erasing Lily's name from the railing which ran across the brook. He had been premeditating an escape home to his mother's house in Guestwick, and thence back to London, without making any further appearance at the manor house. But as soon as he heard Lady Julia's step, and saw her figure close upon him, he knew that his retreat was cut off from him. So he allowed himself to be led away quietly up to the house. With Lady Julia herself he openly discussed the whole matter, telling her that his hopes were over, his happiness gone, and his heart half broken. Though he would perhaps have cared but little for her congratulations and success, he could make himself more amenable to consolation and sympathy from her than from any other inmate in the Earl's house. "I don't know what I shall say to your brother," he whispered to her, as they approached the side door at which she intended to enter. "Will you let me break it to him? After that he will say a few words to you, of course, but you need not be afraid of him." "And Mr. Dale," said Johnny, "everybody has heard about it. Everybody will know what a fool I have made myself." She suggested that the Earl should speak to the squire, assured him that nobody would think him at all foolish, and then left him to make his way up to his own bedroom. When there he found a letter from Cradell, which had been delivered in his absence, but the contents of that letter may best be deferred to the next chapter. They were not of a nature to give him comfort or to add to his sorrow. About an hour before dinner there was a knock at his door, and the Earl himself, when summoned, made his appearance in the room. He was dressed in his usual farming attire, having been caught by Lady Julia on his first approach to the house, and had come away direct to his young friend, after having been duly trained in what he ought to say by his kind-hearted sister. I am not, however, prepared to declare that he strictly followed his sister's teaching in all that he said upon the occasion. "Well, my boy," he began, "so the young lady has been perverse." "Yes, my lord, that is, I don't know about being perverse. It is all over." "That's as may be, Johnny. As far as I know, not half of them accept their lovers the first time of asking." "I shall not ask her again." "Oh yes, you will. You don't mean to say you are angry with her for refusing you?" "Not in the least. I have no right to be angry. I am only angry with myself for being such a fool, Lord De Guest. I wish I had been dead before I came down here on this errand. Now I think of it, I know there are so many things which ought to have made me sure how it would be." "I don't see that at all. You come down again. Let me see, it's May now. Say you come when the shooting begins in September. If we can't get you leave of absence in any other way, we'll make old Buffle come too. Only, by George, I believe he'd shoot us all. But never mind, we'll manage that. You keep up your spirits till September, and then we'll fight the battle in another way. The squire shall get up a little party for the bride, and my Lady Lily must go then. You shall meet her so, and then we'll shoot over the squire's land. We'll bring you together so, you see if we don't. Lord bless me, refused once! My belief is that in these days a girl thinks nothing of a man till she has refused him half a dozen times. I don't think Lily is at all like that. Look here, Johnny, I have not a word to say against Miss Lily. I like her very much and think her one of the nicest girls I know. When she's your wife I'll love her dearly if she'll let me. But she's made of the same stuff as other girls and will act in the same way. Things have gone a little astray among you, and they won't right themselves all in a minute. She knows now what your feelings are, and she'll go on thinking of it, till at last you'll be in her thoughts more than that other fellow. Don't tell me about her becoming an old maid because at her time of life she has been so unfortunate as to come across a false-hearted man like that. It may take a little time, but if you'll carry on and not be downhearted, you'll find it will all come right in the end. Everybody doesn't get all that they want in a minute. How I shall quiz you about all this when you have been 2 or 3 years married. I don't think I shall ever be able to ask her again, and I feel sure if I do that her answer will be the same. She told me in so many words, but never mind. I cannot repeat her words. I don't want you to repeat them, nor yet to heed them beyond their worth. Lily Dale is a very pretty girl, clever too, I believe, and good, I'm sure. But her words are not more sacred than those of other men or women. What she has said to you now she means, no doubt. But the minds of men and women are prone to change, especially when such changes are conducive to their own happiness. At any rate, I'll never forget your kindness, Lord De Guest. And there is one other thing I want to say to you, Johnny. A man should never allow himself to be cast down by anything, not outwardly to the eyes of other men. But how is he to help it? His pluck should prevent him. You were not afraid of a roaring bull, nor yet of that man when you thrashed him at the railway station. You've pluck enough of that kind. You must now show that you've that other kind of pluck. You know the story of the boy who would not cry though the wolf was gnawing him underneath his frock. Most of us have some wolf to gnaw us somewhere, but we are generally gnawed beneath our clothes, so that the world doesn't see, and it behooves us so to bear it that the world shall not suspect. The man who goes about declaring himself to be miserable will be not only miserable, but contemptible as well. But the wolf hasn't gnawed me beneath my clothes. Everybody knows it. Then let those who do know it learn that you are able to bear such wounds without outward complaint. I tell you fairly that I cannot sympathize with a lackadaisical lover. I know that I have made myself ridiculous to everybody. I wish I had never come here. I wish you had never seen me. Don't say that, my dear boy, but take my advice for what it is worth. And remember what it is that I say. With your grief I do sympathize, but not with any outward expression of it. Not with melancholy looks, and a sad voice, and an unhappy gait. A man should always be able to drink his wine and seem to enjoy it. If he can't, he is so much less of a man than he would be otherwise. Not so much more, as some people seem to think. Now get yourself dressed, my dear fellow, and come down to dinner as though nothing had happened to you." As soon as the Earl was gone, John looked at his watch and saw that it still wanted some 40 minutes to dinner. 15 minutes would suffice for him to dress, and therefore there was time sufficient for him to seat himself in his arm-chair and think over it all. He had for a moment been very angry when his friend had told him that he could not sympathize with a lackadaisical lover. It was an ill-natured word. He felt it to be so when he heard it, and so he continued to think during the whole of the half-hour that he sat in that chair. But it probably did him more good than any word that the Earl had ever spoken to him, or any other word that he could have used. "Lackadaisical? I'm not lackadaisical. he said to himself, jumping up from his chair and instantly sitting down again. "I didn't say anything to him. I didn't tell him. Why did he come to me?" And yet, though he endeavoured to abuse Lord De Guest in his thoughts, he knew that Lord De Guest was right, and that he was wrong. He knew that he had been lackadaisical, and was ashamed of himself, and at once resolved that he would henceforth demean himself as though no calamity had happened to him. "I've a good mind to take him at his word, and drink wine till I'm drunk." Then he strove to get up his courage by a song. "If she be not fair for me, what care I how? But I do care. What stuff it is, a man writing poetry and putting into it such lies as that. Everybody knows that he did care, that is, if he wasn't a heartless beast." But nevertheless, when the time came for him to go down into the drawing-room, he did make the effort which his friend had counselled, and walked into the room with less of that hang-dog look than the Earl and Lady Julia had expected. They were both there, as was also the squire, and Bell followed him in less than a minute. "You haven't seen Crofts to-day, John, have you?" said the Earl. "No, I haven't been anywhere his way." "His way? His ways are every way, I take it. I wanted him to come and dine, but he seemed to think it improper to eat 2 dinners in the same house 2 days running. Isn't that his theory, Miss Dale?" "I'm sure I don't know, Lord De Guest. At any rate it isn't mine." So they went to their feast, and before his last chance was over, John Eames found himself able to go through the pretence of enjoying his roast mutton. There can, I think, be no doubt that in all such calamities as that which he was now suffering, the agony of the misfortune is much increased by the conviction that the facts of the case are known to those round about the sufferer. A most warm-hearted and intensely feeling young gentleman might, no doubt, eat an excellent dinner after being refused by the girl of his devotions, provided that he had reason to believe that none of those in whose company he ate it knew anything of his rejection. But the same warm-hearted and intensely feeling young gentleman would find it very difficult to go through the ceremony with any appearance of true appetite or gastronomic enjoyment, if he were aware that all his convives knew all the facts of his little misfortune. Generally, we may suppose a man in such condition goes to his club for dinner, or seeks consolation in the shades of some adjacent Richmond or Hampton Court. There he meditates on his condition in silence, and does ultimately enjoy his little plate of whitebait, his cutlet, and his moderate pint of sherry. He probably goes alone to the theatre, and in his stall speculates with a somewhat bitter sarcasm on the vanity of the world. Then he returns home, sad indeed, but with a moderated sadness, and as he puffs out the smoke of his cigar at the open window, with perhaps the comfort of a little brandy and water at his elbow, swears to himself that, by Jove, he'll have another try for it. Alone a man may console himself, or among a crowd of unconscious mortals, but it must be admitted that the position of John Eames was severe. He had been invited down there to woo Lily Dale, and the squire and Bell had been asked to be present at the wooing. Had it all gone well, nothing could have been nicer. He would have been the hero of the hour, and everybody would have sung for him his song of triumph. But everything had not gone well, and he found it very difficult to carry himself otherwise than lackadaisically. On the whole, however, his effort was such that the Earl gave him credit for his demeanour, and told him, when parting with him for the night, that he was a fine fellow, and that everything should go right with him yet. "And you mustn't be angry with me for speaking harshly to you," he said. "I wasn't a bit angry." Yes, you were, and I rather meant that you should be. But you mustn't go away in dudgeon." He stayed at the Manor House one day longer, and then he returned to his room at the Income Tax Office, to the disagreeable
Chapter 59 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 59. John Eames becomes a man. Eames, when he was halfway up to London in the railway carriage, took out from his pocket a letter and read it. During the former portion of his journey he had been thinking of other things, but gradually he had resolved that it would be better for him not to think more of those other things for the present, and therefore he had recourse to his letter by way of dissipating his thoughts. It was from Cradell and ran as follows. Income Tax Office, May 1861. My dear John, I hope the tidings which I have to give you will not make you angry, and that you will not think I am untrue to the great friendship which I have for you because of that which I am now going to tell you. There is no man, and the word man was underscored, there is no man whose regard I value so highly as I do yours, and though I feel that you can have no just ground to be displeased with me after all that I have heard you say on many occasions, nevertheless, in matters of the heart it is very hard for one person to understand the sentiments of another, and, when the affections of a lady are concerned, I know that quarrels will sometimes arise. Eames, when he had got so far as this, on the first perusal of the letter, knew well what was to follow. Poor Cordy, he said to himself, he's hooked, and he'll never get himself off the hook again. But let that be as it may, the matter has now gone too far for any alteration to be made by me, nor would any mere earthly inducement suffice to change me. The claims of friendship are very strong, but those of love are paramount. Of course I know all that has passed between you and Amelia Roper. Much of this I have heard from you before, but the rest she has now told me with that pure-minded honesty which is the most remarkable feature in her character. She has confessed that at one time she felt attached to you, and that she was herself induced by your perseverance to allow you to regard her as your fiancée. Fancy girl he probably conceived to be the vulgar English for the elegant term which he used. But all that must be over between you now. Amelia has promised to be mine. This also was underscored. And mine I intend that she shall be. That you may find in the kind smiles of L.D. consolation for any disappointment which this may occasion to you, is the ardent wish of your true friend, Joseph Cradell. P.S. Perhaps I had better tell you the whole. Mrs. Roper has been in some trouble about her house. She is a little in arrears with her rent, and some bills have not been paid. As she explained that she has been brought into this by those dreadful Lupexes, I have consented to take the house into my own hands, and have given bills to one or two tradesmen for small amounts. Of course she will take them up, but it was the credit that was wanting. She will carry on the house, but I shall, in fact, be the proprietor. I suppose it would not suit you now to remain here, but don't you think I might make it comfortable enough for some of our fellows, say half a dozen or so? That is Mrs. Roper's idea, and I certainly think it is not a bad one. Our first efforts must be to get rid of the Lupexes. Miss Spruce goes next week. In the meantime we are all taking our meals up in our own rooms, so that there is nothing for the Lupexes to eat. But they don't seem to mind that, and still keep the sitting-room and best bedroom. We mean to lock them out after Tuesday, and send all their boxes to the public-house. Poor Cradell! Eames, as he threw himself back upon his seat and contemplated the depth of misfortune into which his friend had fallen, began to be almost in love with his own position. He himself was no doubt a very miserable fellow. There was only one thing in life worth living for, and that he could not get. He had been thinking for the last 3 days of throwing himself before a locomotive steam-engine, and was not quite sure that he would not do it yet. But nevertheless his place was a place among the gods, as compared to that which poor Cradell had selected for himself. To be not only the husband of Amelia Roper, but to have been driven to take upon himself as his bride's fortune the whole of his future mother-in-law's debts. To find himself the owner of a very indifferent lodging-house, the owner as regarded all responsibility, though not the owner as regarded any possible profit. And then, above and almost worse than all the rest, to find himself saddled with the Lupexes in the beginning of his career. Poor Cradell indeed. Eames had not taken his things away from the lodging-house before he left London, and therefore determined to drive to Burton Crescent immediately on his arrival, not with the intention of remaining there, even for a night, but that he might bid them farewell, speak his congratulations to Amelia, and arrange for his final settlement with Mrs. Roper. It should have been explained in the last chapter that the Earl had told him before parting with him that his want of success with Lily would make no difference as regarded money. John had, of course, expostulated, saying that he did not want anything, and would not, under his existing circumstances, accept anything. But the Earl was a man who knew now how to have his own way, and in this matter did have it. Our friend, therefore, was a man of wealth when he returned to London, and could tell Mrs. Roper that he would send her a cheque for her little balance as soon as he reached his office. He arrived in the middle of the day, not timing his return at all after the usual manner of government clerks, who generally manage to reach the metropolis not more than half an hour before the moment at which they are bound to show themselves to their seats. But he had come back 2 days before he was due, and had run away from the country as though London in May to him were much pleasanter than the woods and fields. But neither had London nor the woods and fields any influence on his return. He had gone down that he might throw himself at the feet of Lily Dale. Gone down, as he now confessed to himself, with hopes almost triumphant, and he had returned because Lily Dale would not have him at her feet. I loved him, Crosbie, better than all the world besides. It is still the same. I still love him better than all the world. Those were the words which had driven him back to London, and having been sent away with such words as those, it was little matter to him whether he reached his office a day or two sooner or later. The little room in the city, even with the accompaniment of Sir Raffles's bell and Sir Raffles's voice, would be now more congenial to him than Lady Julia's drawing-room. He would therefore present himself to Sir Raffle on that very afternoon, and expel some interloper from his seat. But he would first call in Burton Crescent, and say farewell to the Ropers. The door was opened for him by the faithful Jemima. "Mr. Eames, oh dear," said the poor girl, who had always taken his side in the adventures of the lodging-house, raised her hands on high, and lamented the fate which had separated her favourite from its fortunes. "I suppose you knows it all, Mr. Johnny?" Mr. Johnny said that he believed he did know it all, and asked for the mistress of the house. "Yes, sure enough, she's at home. She don't dare stir out much, 'cause of them Lupexes. Ain't this a pretty game? No dinner, no nothink. Them boxes is Miss Spruce's. She's a-going now this minute. You'll find 'em all upstairs in the drawing-room." So upstairs into the drawing-room he went, and there he found the mother and daughter, and with them Miss Spruce, tightly packed up in her bonnet and shawl. "Don't, mother," Amelia was saying. "What's the good of going on in that way? If she chooses to go, let her go." "But she's been with me now so many years," said Mrs. Roper, sobbing, "and I've always done everything for her. Haven't I now, Sally Spruce?" It struck Eames immediately that, though he had been an inmate in the house for 2 years, he had never before heard that maiden lady's Christian name. Miss Spruce was the first to see Eames as he entered the room. It was probable that Mrs. Roper's pathos might have produced some answering pathos on her part had she remained unobserved, but the sight of a young man brought her back to her usual state of quiescence. "I'm only an old woman," said she, "and here's Mr. Eames come back again." "How do you do, Mrs. Roper? How do you do, Amelia? How do you do, Miss Spruce?" And he shook hands with them all. "Oh, laws," said Mrs. Roper, "you have given me such a start." "Dear me, Mr. Eames, only think of your coming back in that way," said Amelia. Well, what way should I come back? You didn't hear me knock at the door, that's all. So Miss Spruce is really going to leave you? Isn't it dreadful, Mr. Eames? 19 years we've been together, taking both houses together, Miss Spruce, we have indeed. Miss Spruce at this point struggled very hard to convince John Eames that the period in question had in truth extended over only 18 years, but Mrs. Roper was authoritative and would not permit it. It's 19 years if it's a day. No one ought to know dates if I don't, and there isn't one in the world understands her ways unless it's me. Haven't I been up to your bedroom every night, and with my own hand given you—" But she stopped herself, and was too good a woman to declare before a young man what had been the nature of her nightly ministrations to her guest. "I don't think you'll be so comfortable anywhere else, Miss Spruce," said Eames. "Comfortable? Of course she won't," said Amelia. "But if I was mother, I wouldn't have any more words about it." "It isn't the money I'm thinking of, but the feeling of it," said Mrs. Roper. "The house would be so lonely-like. I shan't know myself. That I shan't. And now that things are all settled so pleasantly, and that the Lupexes must go on Tuesday, I'll tell you what, Sally, I'll pay for the cab myself, and I'll start off to Dulwich by the omnibus tomorrow, and settle it all out of my own pocket. I will indeed. Come, there's the cab. Let me go down and send him away." "I'll do that," said Eames. "It's only 6pence off the stand." Mrs. Roper called to him as he left the room, but the cabman got a shilling, and John, as he returned, found Jemima in the act of carrying Miss Spruce's boxes back to her room. "So much the better for poor Caudle," said he to himself. "As he's gone into the trade, it's well that you should have somebody that will pay him." Mrs. Roper followed Miss Spruce up the stairs, and Johnny was left with Amelia. "He's written to you, I know," said she, with her face turned a little away from him. She was certainly very handsome, but there was a hard, cross, almost sullen look about her which robbed her countenance of all its pleasantness. And yet she had no intention of being sullen with him. "Yes," said John, "he's told me how it's all going to be." "Well?" she said. "Well?" said he. "Is that all you've got to say?" "I'll congratulate you, if you'll let me." "Pah! Congratulations! I hate such humbug. If you've no feelings about it, I'm sure that I've none. Indeed, I don't know what's the good of feelings. They never did me any good. Are you engaged to marry L.D.?" "No, I am not." "And you've nothing else to say to me?" "Nothing, except my hopes for your happiness. What else can I say? You are engaged to marry my friend Cradell, and I think it will be a happy match." She turned away her face further from him, and the look of it became even more sudden. Could it be possible that at such a moment she still had a hope that he might come back to her? "Good-bye, Amelia," he said, putting out his hand to her. "And this is to be the last of you in this house?" "Well, I don't know about that. I'll come and call upon you, if you'll let me, when you're married." "Yes," she said, "that there may be rows in the house, and noise and jealousy, as there have been with that wicked woman upstairs. Not if I know it, you won't. John Eames, I wish I'd never seen you. I wish we might have both fallen dead when we first met. I didn't think ever to have cared for a man as much as I have cared for you. It's all trash and nonsense and foolery. I know that. It's all very well for young ladies as can sit in drawing-rooms all their lives, but when a woman has her way to make in the world, it's all foolery. And such a hard way, too, to make as mine is." "But it won't be hard now." "Won't it? But I think it will. I wish you would try it. Not that I'm going to complain. I never minded work, and as for company, I can put up with anybody. The world's not to be at all dancing and fiddling for the likes of me. I know that well enough. But—" And then she paused. "What's the but about, Amelia?" "It's like you to ask me, isn't it?" To tell the truth, he should not have asked her. "Never mind. I'm not going to have any words with you. If you've been a knave, I've been a fool, and that's worse." "But I don't think I have been a knave." "I've been both," said the girl, "and both for nothing. After that you may go. I've told you what I am, and I'll leave you to name yourself. I didn't think it was in me to have been such a fool. It's that frets me. Never mind, sir. It's all over now, and I wish you good-bye." I do not think that there was the slightest reason why John should have again kissed her at parting, but he did so. She bore it, not struggling with him, but she took his caress with sullen endurance. "It'll be the last," she said. "Good-bye, John Eames." "Good-bye, Amelia. Try to make him a good wife, and then you'll be happy." She turned up her nose at this, assuming a look of unutterable scorn, but she said nothing further, and then he left the room. At the parlour door he met Mrs. Roper, and had his parting words with her. "I am so glad you came," said she. "It was just that word you said that made Miss Spruce stay. Her money is so ready, you know, and so you've had it all out with her about Cradell. She'll make him a good wife, she will indeed, much better than you've been giving her credit for." "I don't doubt she'll be a very good wife. You see, Mr. Eames, it's all over now, and we can understand each other, can't we? It made me very unhappy when she was setting her cap at you, it did indeed. She is my own daughter, and I couldn't go against her, could I? But I knew it wasn't in any way suiting. Laws, I know the difference. She's good enough for him any day of the week, Mr. Eames." "That she is, Saturdays or Sundays," said Johnny, not knowing exactly what he ought to say. "So she is, and if he does his duty by her, she won't go astray in hers by him. And as for you, Mr. Eames, I am sure I have always felt it an honour and a pleasure to have you in the house, and if ever you could use a good word in sending to me any of your young men, I'd do by them as a mother should. I would indeed. I know I've been to blame about those Lupexes, but haven't I suffered for it, Mr. Eames? And it was difficult to know at first, wasn't it? And as to you and Amelia, if you could send any of your young men to try, there couldn't be anything more of that kind, could there? I know it hasn't all been just as it should have been, that is, as regards you, but I should like to hear you say that you found me honest before you went. I have tried to be honest, I have indeed." Eames assured her that he was convinced of her honesty, and that he had never thought of impugning her character either in regard to those unfortunate people the Lupexes, or in reference to other matters. He did not think, he said, that any young men would consult him as to their lodgings, but if he could be of any service to her, he would. Then he made her good-bye, and having bestowed half a sovereign on the faithful Jemima, he took a long farewell of Burton Crescent. Amelia had told him not to come and see her when she should be married, and he had resolved that he would take her at her word. So he walked off from the Crescent, not exactly shaking the dust from his feet, but resolving that he would know no more either of its dust or of its dirt. Dirt enough he had encountered there certainly, and he was now old enough to feel that the inmates of Mrs. Roper's house had not been those among whom a resting-place for his early years should judiciously have been sought. But he had come out of the fire comparatively unharmed, and I regret to say that he felt but little for the terrible scorchings to which his friend had been subjected and was about to subject himself. He was quite content to look at the matter exactly as it was looked at by Mrs. Roper. Amelia was good enough for Joseph Cradell any day of the week. Poor Cradell, of whom in this pages after this notice no more will be heard. I cannot but think that a hard measure of justice was meted out to him in proportion to the extent of his sins. More weak and foolish than our friend and hero he had been, but not to my knowledge more wicked. But it is to the vain and foolish that the punishments fall, and to them they fall so thickly and constantly that the thinker is driven to think that vanity and folly are of all sins those which may be the least forgiven. As for Cradell, I may declare that he did marry Amelia, that he did with some pride take the place of master of the house at the bottom of Mrs. Roper's table, and that he did indeed make himself responsible for all Mrs. Roper's debts. Of his future fortune there is not space to speak in these pages. Going away from the Crescent, Eames had himself driven to his office, which he reached just as the men were leaving it at 4 o'clock. Cradell was gone, so they did not see him on that afternoon, but he had an opportunity of shaking hands with Mr. Love, who treated him with all the smiling courtesy due to an official bigwig, for a private secretary, if not absolutely a bigwig, is semi-big, and entitled to a certain amount of reverence. And he passed Mr. Kissing in the passage, hurrying along as usual with a huge book under his arm. Mr. Kissing, hurrying as he was, stopped his shuffling feet. But Eames only looked at him, hardly honouring him with the acknowledgment of a nod of his head. Mr. Kissing, however, was not offended. He knew that the private secretary of the First Commissioner had been the guest of an earl, and what more than a nod could be expected from him? After that, John made his way into the august presence of Sir Raffle, and found that great man putting on his shoes in the presence of FitzHoward. FitzHoward blushed, but the shoes had not been touched by him, as he took occasion afterwards to inform John Eames. Sir Raffle was all smiles and civility. "Delighted to see you back, Eames. Am, upon my word. Though I and FitzHoward have got on capitally in your absence, haven't we, FitzHoward?" "Yes," drawled FitzHoward. "I haven't minded it for a time, just while Eames has been away." "You're much too idle to keep at it, I know, but your bread will be butter for you elsewhere, so it doesn't signify. My compliments to the Duchess when you see her." Then FitzHoward went. "And how's my dear old friend?" asked Sir Raffle, as though of all men living Lord de Guest were the one for whom he had the strongest and the oldest love. And yet he must have known that John Eames knew as much about it as he did himself. But there are men who have the most lively gratification in calling lords and marquises their friends, though they know that nobody believes a word of what they say, even though they know how great is the odium they incur, and how lasting is the ridicule which their vanity produces. It is a gentle insanity which prevails in the outer courts of every aristocracy, and as it brings with itself considerable annoyance, and but a lukewarm pleasure, it should not be treated with too keen a severity. "And how's my dear old friend?" Eames assured him that his dear old friend was all right, that Lady Julia was all right, that the dear old place was all right. Sir Raffle now spoke as though the dear old place was quite well known to him. "Was the game doing pretty well? Was there a promise of birds?" Sir Raffle's anxiety was quite intense, and expressed with almost familiar affection. "And, by the by, Eames, where are you living at present?" "Well, I'm not settled. I'm at the Great Western Railway Hotel at this moment." "Capital house, very. Only it's expensive if you stay there the whole season." Johnny had no idea of remaining there beyond one night, but he said nothing as to this. "By the by, you might as well come and dine with us tomorrow. Lady Buffle is most anxious to meet you. There'll be one or two of us. I did ask my friend Dumbello, but there's some nonsense going on in the house, and he thinks that he can't get away." Johnny was more gracious than Lord Dumbello, and accepted the invitation. "I wonder what Lady Buffle will be like," he said to himself, as he walked away from the office. He had turned into the Great Western Hotel, not as yet knowing where to look for a home. And there we will leave him, eating his solitary mutton chop at one of those tables which are so comfortable to the eye, but which are so comfortless in reality. I speak not now with reference to the excellent establishment which has been named, but to the nature of such tables in general. A solitary mutton chop in an hotel coffee-room is not a banquet to be envied by any god. And if the mutton chop be converted into soup, fish, little dishes, big dishes, and the rest, the matter becomes worse and not better. What comfort are you to have, seated alone on that horsehair chair, staring into the room and watching the waiters as they whisk about their towels? No one but an Englishman has ever yet thought of subjecting himself to such a position as that. But here we will leave John Eames, and in doing so I must be allowed to declare that only now, at this moment, has he entered on his manhood. Hitherto he's been a hobbledehoy, a calf, as it were, who had carried his calfishness later into life than is common with calves, but who did not, perhaps, on that account, give promise of making a worse ox than the rest of them. His life hitherto, as recorded in these pages, had afforded him no brilliant success, had hardly qualified him for the role of hero which he has been made to play. I feel that I have been in fault in giving such prominence to a hobbledehoy, that I should have told my story better had I brought Mr. Crosbie more conspicuously forward on my canvas. He at any rate has gotten to himself a wife, as a hero always should do. whereas I must leave my poor friend Johnny without any matrimonial prospects. It was thus that he thought of himself, as he sat moping over his solitary table in the hotel coffee-room. He acknowledged to himself that he had not hitherto been a man, but at the same time he made some resolution. Chapter 60 of The Small House at Allington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 60. Conclusion. It was early in June that Lily went up to her uncle at the great house, pleading for Hopkins. Pleading that to Hopkins might be restored all the privileges of head gardener at the great house. There was some absurdity in this, seeing that he had never really relinquished his privileges, but the manner of the quarrel had been in this wise. There was in those days, and had been for years, a vexed question between Hopkins and Jolliffe the bailiff on the matter of stable manure. Hopkins had pretended to the right of taking what he required from the farmyard, without asking leave of anyone. Jolliffe in return had hinted that if this were so, Hopkins would take it all. "But I can't eat it," Hopkins had said. Jolliffe merely grunted, signifying by the grunt, as Hopkins thought, that though a gardener couldn't eat a mountain of manure 50 feet long and 15 high, couldn't eat it in the body, he might convert it into things edible for his own personal use. And so there had been a great feud. The unfortunate squire had of course been called on to arbitrate, and having postponed his decision by every contrivance possible to him, had at last been driven by Jolliffe to declare that Hopkins should take nothing that was not assigned to him. Hopkins, when the decision was made known to him by his master, bit his old lips and turned round upon his old heel, speechless. "You'll find it so at all other places," said the squire apologetically. "Other places," sneered Hopkins. Where would he find other gardeners like himself? It is hardly necessary to declare that from that moment he resolved order. Jolliffe, on the next morning, informed the squire that the order had been broken, and the squire fretted and fumed, wishing that Jolliffe were well buried under the mountain in question. "If they all is to do as they like," said Jolliffe, "then nobody won't care for nobody." The squire understood that if an order is given it must be obeyed, and therefore with many inner groanings of the spirit resolved that war must be waged against Hopkins. On the following morning he found the old man himself wheeling a huge barrow of manure round from the yard into the kitchen garden. Now, on ordinary occasions, Hopkins was not required to do with his own hands work of that description. He had a man under him who hewed wood and carried water and wheeled barrows, one man always, and often two. The squire knew when he saw him that he was sinning, and bade him stop upon his road. "Hopkins," he said, "why didn't you ask for what you wanted before you took it?" The old man put down the barrow on the ground, looked up in his master's face, spat into his hands, and then again resumed his barrow. "Hopkins, that won't do," said the squire. "Stop where you are." "What won't do?" said Hopkins, still holding the barrow from the ground, but not as yet progressing. "Put it down, Hopkins." And Hopkins did put it down. "Don't you know that you are flatly disobeying my orders?" "Squire, I've been here about this place going on nigh 70 years. "If you'd been going on 170, it wouldn't do that there should be more than one master. I'm the master here, and I intend to be so to the end. Take that manure back into the yard." "Back into the yard?" said Hopkins very slowly. "Yes, back into the yard." "What, afore all their faces?" "Yes, you've disobeyed me before all their faces." Hopkins paused a moment, looking away from the squire, and shaking his head as though he had need of deep thought. but by the aid of deep thought had come at last to a right conclusion. Then he resumed the barrow, and putting himself almost into a trot, carried away his prize into the kitchen garden. At the pace which he went, it would have been beyond the squire's power to stop him, nor would Mr. Dale have wished to come to a personal encounter with his servant. But he called after the man in dire wrath that if he were not obeyed, the disobedient servant should rue the consequences for ever. Hopkins, equal to the occasion, shook his head as he trotted on, deposited his load at the foot of the cucumber frames, and then at once, returning to his master, tendered to him the key of the greenhouse. "Master," said Hopkins, speaking as best he could with his scanty breath, "there it is. There's the key. Of course I don't want no warning, and doesn't care about my week's wages. I'll be out at the cottage afore night, and as for the work'us, I suppose they'll let me in at once, if your honour will give 'em a line." Now, as Hopkins was well known by the squire to be the owner of £300 or £400, the hint about the workhouse must be allowed to have been melodramatic. "Don't be a fool," said the squire, almost gnashing his teeth. "I know I've been a fool," said Hopkins, "about that here dung. My feelings has been too much for me. When a man's feelings has been too much for him, he better just take himself off and lie in the workhouse till he dies." And then he again tendered the key. But the squire did not take the key, and so Hopkins went on. "I suppose I'd better just see to the lights and the like of that till you've suited yourself, Mr. Dale. It'd be a pity all them grapes should go off, and they, as you may say, all of one as fit for the table. It's a long way the best crop I ever seen on 'em. I've been that careful with 'em that I haven't had a natural night's rest not since February. There ain't nobody about this place as understands grapes, nor yet anywhere nigh that could be got at. My lord's head man is wery ignorant, but even if he knew ever so, of course he couldn't come here. I suppose I'd better keep the key till you're suited, Mr. Dale." Then, for a fortnight, there was an interregnum in the gardens, terrible in the annals of Allington. Hopkins lived in his cottage indeed, and looked most sedulously after the grapes. In looking after the grapes, too, he took the greenhouse under his care, but he would have nothing to do with the outer gardens, took no wages, returning the amount sent to him back to the squire, and insisted with everybody that he had been dismissed. He went about with some terrible horticultural implement always in his hand, with which it was said that he intended to attack Jolliffe, but Jolliffe prudently kept out of his way. As soon as it had been resolved by Mrs. Dale and Lily that the flitting from the small house at Allington was not to be accomplished, Lily communicated the fact to Hopkins. "Miss," said he, "when I said them few words to you and your mamma, I knew that you would listen to reason." This was no more than Lily had expected. That Hopkins should claim the honour of having prevailed by his arguments was a matter of course. "Yes," said Lily, "we've made up our minds to stay. Uncle wishes it." "Wishes it? Laws, miss, it ain't only wishes, and we all wishes it. Why, now, look at the reason of the thing. There's this here house—" "But, Hopkins, it's decided we're going to stay. What I want to know is this. Can you come at once and help me to unpack?" "What, this very evening as is?" "Yes, now. We want to have the things about again before they come back from Guestwick." Hopkins scratched his head and hesitated, not wishing to yield to any proposition that could be considered as childish. But he gave way at last, feeling that the work itself was a good work. Mrs. Dale also assented, laughing at Lily for her folly as she did so, and in this way the things were unpacked very quickly, and the alliance between Lily and Hopkins became, for the time, very close. This work of unpacking and resettling was not yet over when the battle of the manure broke out, and therefore it was that Hopkins, when his feelings had become altogether too much for him about the dung, came at last to Lily, and laying down at her feet all the weight and all the glory of his 60-odd years of life, implored her to make matters straight for him. "It's been a-killing me, miss, so it has, to see the way they've been a-cutting that sparragus. It ain't cutting at all, it's just hocking it up, what is fit and what isn't altogether. And they've been a-putting the plants in where I don't mean 'em, though they know I didn't mean 'em. I've stood by, miss, and said never a word. I'd have died sooner. But, Miss Lily, what my sufferings have been, 'cause of my feelings getting the better of me about that, you know, miss, nobody will ever tell. Nobody. Then Hopkins turned away and wept. "Uncle," said Lily, creeping close up against his chair, "I want to ask you a great favour." "A great favour? Well, I don't think I shall refuse you anything at present. It isn't to ask another earl to the house, is it?" "Another earl?" said Lily. "Yes, haven't you heard? Miss Bell has been here this morning, insisting that I should have over Lord De Guest and his sister for the marriage. It seems that there was some scheming between Bell and Lady Julia." "Of course you'll ask them." "Of course I must. I've no way out of it. It'll be all very well for Bell, who'll be off to Wales with her lover. But what I am to do with the Earl and Lady Julia when they've gone? Will you come and help me?" In answer to this, Lily of course promised that she would come and help. "Indeed," said she, "I thought we were all asked up for the day. And now for my favour. Uncle, you must forgive poor Hopkins." "Forgive a fiddlestick," said the squire. "No, but you must. You can't think how unhappy he is." "How can I forgive a man who won't forgive me? He goes prowling about the place doing nothing, and he sends me back his wages, and he looks as though he were going to murder someone, and all because he wouldn't do as he was told. How am I to forgive such a man as that?" "But, uncle, why not?" "It will be his forgiving me. He knows very well that he may come back whenever he pleases, and for the matter of that, he has never gone away." "But he is so very unhappy." "What can I do to make him happier?" "Just go down to his cottage and tell him that you forgive him." "Then he'll argue with me." "No, I don't think he will. He's too much down in the world for arguing now." "Ha! You don't know him as I do. All the misfortunes in the world wouldn't stop that man's conceit. Of course I'll go if you ask me, but it seems to me that I've made to knock under to everybody. I hear a great deal about other people's feelings, but I don't know that mine are very much thought of." He was not altogether in a happy mood, and Lily almost regretted that she had persevered. But she did succeed in carrying him off across the garden to the cottage, and as they went together she promised him that she would think of him always, always. The scene with Hopkins cannot be described now, as it would take too many of our few remaining pages. It resulted, I am afraid I must confess, in nothing more triumphant to the squire than a treaty of mutual forgiveness. Hopkins acknowledged, with much self-reproach, that his feelings had been too many for him. But then look at his provocation. He could not keep his tongue from that matter, and certainly said as much in his own defence as he did in confession of his sins. The substantial triumph was altogether his, for nobody again ever dared to interfere with his operations in the farmyard. He showed his submission to his master mainly by consenting to receive his wages for the 2 weeks which he had passed in idleness. Owing to this little accident, Lily was not so much oppressed by Hopkins as she had expected to be in that matter of their altered plans. But this salvation did not extend to Mrs. Hearn, to Mrs. Crump, or above all to Mrs. Boyce. They, all of them, took an interest more or less strong in the Hopkins controversy, but their interest in the occupation of the small house was much stronger, and it was found useless to put Mrs. Hearn off with the gardener's persistent refusal of his wages, when she was big with inquiry whether the house was to be painted inside as well as out. "Ah," she said, "I think I'll go and look at lodgings at Guestwick myself, and pack up some of me beds." Lily made no answer to this, feeling that it was a part of their punishment which she had expected. "Dear, dear," said Mrs. Crump to the 2 girls. "Well, to be sure, we should have been alone without he, and maybe we should have got worse in your place. But why did he go and fasten up all your things in them big boxes, just to unfasten them all again?" "We changed our minds, Mrs. Crump," said Bell with some severity. "Yes, I know ye changed your mindses. Well, it's all right for folks like ye, no doubt. But if we changes our mindses, we hears of it." "So it seems do we," said Lily. "But never mind, Mrs. Crump. Do you send us our letters up early, and then we won't quarrel." Oh, letters! Drat them for letters! I wish there weren't no such things. There was a man here yesterday with his imperence. I don't know where he come from, down from London, I believe. And this was wrong, and that was wrong, and everything was wrong. And then he said he'd have me discharged the service. Dear me, Mrs. Crump, that wouldn't do at all. Discharge the service, 2pence farden a day. So I told him to discharge himself, and take all the old bundles and things away upon his shoulders. Letters, indeed! What business have they with post-businesses if they cannot pay 'em better nor 2pence farden a day? And in this way, under the shelter of Mrs. Crump's storm of wrath against the inspector who had visited her, Lily and Bell escaped much that would have fallen upon their own heads. But Mrs. Boyce still remained. I may here add, in order that Mrs. Crump's history may be carried on to the farthest possible point, that she was not discharged the service, and she did still receive her 2pence farthing a day from the Crown. "It's a bitter old lady," said the inspector to the man who was driving him. "Yes, sir, they all say the same about she. There ain't none of them get much change out of Mrs. Crump." Bell and Lily went together also to Mrs. Boyce's. "If she makes herself very disagreeable, I shall insist upon talking of your marriage," said Lily. "Oh, I've not the slightest objection," said Bell, "only I don't know what there can be to say about it. Marrying the doctor is such a very commonplace sort of thing." "Not a bit more commonplace than marrying the parson," said Lily. "Oh, yes, it is. Parsons' marriages are often very grand affairs. They come in among county people. That's their luck in life. Doctors never do, nor lawyers. I don't think lawyers ever get married in the country. They're supposed to do it up in London. But a country doctor's wedding is not a thing to be talked about much." Mrs. Boyce probably agreed in this view of the matter, seeing that she did not choose the coming marriage as her first subject of conversation. As soon as the two girls were seated, she flew away immediately to the house and began to express her very great surprise and her joy also at the sudden change which had been made in their plans. "It is so much nicer, you know," said she, "that things should be pleasant among relatives." "Things always have been tolerably pleasant with us," said Bell. "Oh, yes, I'm sure of that. I've always said it was quite a pleasure to see you and your uncle together. And when we heard about you all having to leave—" "But we didn't have to leave, Mrs. Boyce. We were going to leave because we thought Mamma would be more comfortable in Guestwick, and now we're not going to leave because we've all changed our mindses, as Mrs. Crump calls it." "And is it true the house is going to be painted?" asked Mrs. Boyce. "I believe it is true," said Lily. "Inside and out?" "It must be done some day," said Bell. "Oh, yes, to be sure, but I must say it is generous of the squire. There's such a deal of woodwork about your house. I know I wish the ecclesiastical commissioners would paint ours, but nobody ever does anything for the clergy. I'm sure I'm delighted you're going to stay. As I said to Mr. Boyce, what should we ever have done without you? I believe the squire had made up his mind that he would not let the place." "I don't think he ever has let it." "And if there was nobody in it, it would all go to rack and ruin, wouldn't it? Had your mamma to pay anything for the lodgings she engaged at Guestwick?" "Upon my word, I don't know. Bell can tell you better about that than I, as Dr. Crofts settled it. I suppose Dr. Crofts tells her everything." And so the conversation was changed, and Mrs. Boyce was made to understand that whatever further mystery there might be, it would not be unravelled on that occasion. It was settled that Dr. Crofts and Bell should be married about the middle of June, and the squire determined to give what grace he could to the ceremony by opening his own house on the occasion. Lord de Guest and Lady Julia were invited by special arrangement between her ladyship and Bell, as has been before explained. The Colonel also, with Lady Fanny, came up from Torquay on the occasion, this being the first visit made by the Colonel to his paternal roof for many years. Bernard did not accompany his father. He had not yet gone abroad, but there were circumstances which made him feel that he would not find himself comfortable at the wedding. The service was performed by Mr. Boyce, assisted, as the County Chronicle very fully remarked, by the Reverend John Joseph Jones, M.A., late of Jesus College, Cambridge, and curate of St. Peter's, Northgate, Guestwick. The fault of which little advertisement was this, that as none of the readers of the paper had patience to get beyond the Reverend Joseph Jones, the fact of Bell's marriage with Dr. Crofts was not disseminated as widely as might have been wished. The marriage went off very nicely. The squire was upon his very best behaviour, and welcomed his guests as though he really enjoyed their presence there in his halls. Hopkins, who was quite aware that he had been triumphant, decorated the old rooms with mingled flowers and greenery with an assiduous care which pleased the two girls mightily. And during this work of wreathing and decking, there was one little morsel of feeling displayed which may as well be told in these last lines. Lily had been encouraging the old man, while Bell for a moment had been absent. "I wish it had been for thee, my darling," he said. "I wish it had been for thee." "It is much better as it is, Hopkins," she answered solemnly. "Not with him, though," he went on. "Not with him. I wouldn't have hung a bar for him. But with t'other one." Lily said no word further. She knew that the man was expressing the wishes of all around her. She said no word further, and then Bell returned to them. But no one at the wedding was so gay as Lily, so gay, so bright, and so wedding-like. She flirted with the old Earl till he declared that he would marry her himself. No one seeing her that evening, and knowing nothing of her immediate history, would have imagined that she herself had been cruelly jilted some 6 or 8 months ago. And those who did know her could not have imagined that what she then suffered had hit her so hard, that no recovery seemed possible for her. But though no recovery, as she herself believed, was possible for her, though she was as a man whose right arm had been taken from him in battle, still all the world had not gone with that right arm. The bullet which had maimed her sorely had not touched her life, and she scorned to go about the world complaining either by word or look of the injury she had received. "Wives, when they have lost their husbands, still eat and laugh," she said to herself, "and he is not dead like that." So she resolved that she would be happy, and I here declare that she not only seemed to carry out her resolution, but that she did carry it out in very truth. "You're a dear, good man, and I know you'll be good to her," she said to Crofts, just as he was about to start with his bride. "I'll try, at any rate," he answered. "And I shall expect you to be good to me too. Remember, you have married the whole family. And, sir, you mustn't believe a word of what that bad man says in his novels about mothers-in-law. He's done a great deal of harm, and shut half the ladies in England out of their daughters' houses." "He shan't shut Mrs. Dale out of mine." "Remember he doesn't. Now good-bye." So the bride and bridegroom went off, and Lily was left to flirt with Lord de Guest. Of whom else is it necessary that a word or two should be said before I allow the weary pen to fall from my hand? The squire, after much inward struggling on the subject, had acknowledged to himself that his sister-in-law had not received from him that kindness which she had deserved. He had acknowledged this, purporting to do his best to amend his past errors, and I think I may say that his efforts in that line would not be received ungraciously by Mrs. Dale. I am inclined, therefore, to think that life at Allington, both at the great house and at the small, would soon become pleasanter than it used to be in former days. Lily soon got the Balmoral boots, or at least soon learned that the power of getting them as she pleased had devolved upon her from her uncle's gift, so that she talked even of buying the squirrel's cage. But I am not aware that her extravagance led her as far as that. Lord de Courcy we left suffering dreadfully from gout and ill temper at Courcy Castle. Yes, indeed. To him, in his latter days, life did not seem to offer much that was comfortable. His wife had now gone from him, and declared positively to her son-in-law that no earthly consideration should ever induce her to go back again. "Not if I were to starve," she said, by which she intended to signify that she would be firm in her resolve, even though she should thereby lose her carriage and horses. Poor Mr. Gazeby went down to Courcy and had a dreadful interview with the Earl, But matters were at last arranged, and her ladyship remained at Baden-Baden in a state of semi-starvation. That is to say, she had but one horse to her carriage. As regards Crosbie, I am inclined to believe that he did again recover his power at his office. He was Mr. Butterwell's master, and the master also of Mr. Optimus and the Major. He knew his business, and could do it, which was more perhaps than might fairly be said of any of the other three. Under such circumstances he was sure to get in his hand and lead again. But elsewhere his star did not recover its ascendancy. He dined at his club almost daily, and were there those with whom he habitually formed some little circle. But he was not the Crosbie of former days, the Crosbie known in Belgravia and in St. James's Street. He had taken his little vessel bravely out into the deep waters, and had sailed her well while fortune stuck close to him. But he had forgotten his nautical rules, and success had made him idle. His plummet and lead had not been used, and he had kept no look-out ahead. Therefore, the first rock he met shivered his bark to pieces. His wife, the Lady Alexandrina, is to be seen in the one-horse carriage with her mother at Baden-Baden. End of chapter 6.